A vacant lot for a building, which had been full of silence for a while, was now filled with the atmosphere of a construction site. Get rid of this lump of flesh. It's disturbing. Need 2 more people here. We need 3 people here. Hurry up. At the center of the atmosphere was the dead body of a giant snake. The black snake, which had doled out fear and despair, was now paying for it. People were clinging to it like ants, gnawing apart its body, little by little. There were different ways. The chainsaw has stopped. Oil. Give me some oil. There were those who were cutting off its head using a heavy-duty chainsaw, and some people were digging out the flesh beneath its skin with pickaxes and shovels. Be careful, watch out for the forklift. There was also a crane driver removing the accumulated flesh with the crane which was in the construction site. It was hard, of course. Oh, it's harder than hard work on a construction site. I'd rather do delivery service up and down. What kind of body? But still, it was full of vitality. But it's better to be this tough. I am in sweat after a long time, and it's good to live now. They could see how precious it was to be able to do something hard while sweating. Mealtime, it's mealtime. Oil was poured onto their burning energy. The menu is ramen, rice cake ramen. A huge cauldron, found in a nearby restaurant, showed up with boiled rice cakes and instant ramen noodles, and saliva filled everyone's mouths. Let's eat and then work, let's eat. Everyone stopped what they were doing for a while, and started enjoying the meal together. The breaths of those eating hot ramen rose from all over the vacant lot continuously. It was a warm sight to see. However, Jang Sung-hoon's expression of the scene was not so positive. Brother, would you like a bowl? Bang Hyun-wook asked Jang Sung-hoon, but there was no answer. Jang Sung-hoon looked at the body of the black snake being dissected, with a hard face. Brother Sung-hoon. If you want to eat, you eat alone. You're not really going to eat, are you? Don't ask me for some. Bang Hyun-wook ran away with those words to the line in front of the cauldron. Jang Sung-hoon, still watching the scene, once again stiffened his expression that had relaxed for a moment. He looked at the body of the black snake with that hard face. At this moment, Jang Sung-hoon had one worry. Where should we go? There was much to be done in the future. Once we have made an item using the body of the black snake, made the Mac clan into the Mac guild, created clans under the Mac guild, and selected a representative of the public. There were important things to do after that. The first priority we face right now is to have a self-sufficient system, to secure land for farming. It is necessary to save more survivors because it requires a lot of labor. This winter will pass like a shot, just doing these things. The next problem is, if the words of Lee Jin-sung, the dead head of the Messiah, are true, there are stronger monsters than the black snake around Bucheon City. As we have seen, monsters are classified according to the color of their eyes. The lowest grade is red, the next grade is orange, and the above grade is yellow. The monsters are likely to be rated according to the 7 colors that make up the rainbow. According to that grade, the black snake that covered Bucheon City in fear means the 3rd weakest type of monster. It's the 3rd one down there. The dragon, which had appeared in Bucheon City for a while and just before the death of Kim Tae-hoon in the future, had dark blue eyes. He'll never die if he steps on the yellow one, but if he steps on the green mine, it will be game over. Currently, the grade of monsters that Kim Tae-hoon could kill was the yellow grade. Even he barely killed it. If he met a monster with green eyes, he would inevitably die. Even he just stays still, it will be game over, in the end. However, we cannot stay in Bucheon City forever. If we stay in Bucheon City, we will be attacked by monsters coming here someday. If we are trapped in Bucheon City, it is not much different than being a farm to a monster. We have to move. In the end, we have to move. To live, we must move on without stopping. But as said before, no one knows what threat is. It is like walking a minefield without any clues or information. It's a real F***ck. Jang Sung-hoon threw up curses at the situation. If it was a difficult problem, he would be worried about finding the answer, but the problem he faced now was not a difficult problem. No answer could be found, even if one was worried about it. Brother. Bang Hyun-wook came up with a bowl and walked toward Jang Sung-hoon. I don't want to eat, Jang Sung-hoon said in a slightly irritated voice. Big brother is here. What? At the following words, Jang Sung-hoon had to make a surprised look. Has he done it already? Jang Sung-hoon saw everyone, eating their delicious ramen noodles, rise from their seats and bow their heads. It was the return of the king. Kim Tae-hoon, appearing just like that, immediately walked over to Jang Sung-hoon and said, I'll start after a cup of coffee. 2. Oh, my God. No way, did he really do this alone? 2 men, dressed like butchers, with plastic aprons, rubber gloves, and meat-carving tools, were briefly distracted by the sight in front of them. It was the path of dead bodies spread out before them. There were bodies lying on the road, not of humans but monsters, of not just one kind, but a variety of them. What was more surprising was the condition of the bodies. The condition of the bodies. Is this possible? They all had a hole in the head, or their heads were cut off. The only choices given to the bodies were the 2. Except them, nobody was found choosing another option. If they had been a rag by the explosion of a bullet or a powerful bomb, there would have been no reason not to believe it. So those who came to deal with the dead bodies, forgetting what they had to do, stared at the path of carcasses for a while. Bang Hyun-wook was also present among them. Bang Hyun-wook, who was on duty to protect people in case of attack by unknown monsters, looked silently at the scene created by Kim Tae-hoon. Tut. He clicked his tongue briefly. I can't even be his right toe, let alone his right arm. After clicking his tongue briefly, he swallowed the complaint through his neck, and then his eyes sank briefly, with a mixed expression. In the mind of such Bang Hyun-wook, the memory of December 31st came to mind. He remembered when he responded directly to Kim Tae-hoon's words, if you want to live, just follow me. Since then, Bang Hyun-wook has thought that he was the only awakener who could help Kim Tae-hoon. He thought that he couldn't replace Kim Tae-hoon, but he was the only one who could fill the place when Kim Tae-hoon disappeared. What have I been doing? But now he knew that all his thoughts were nonsense. In the meantime, Bang Hyun-wook looked at the back of his right hand, and some kinds of emotions began to shake intensely in his heart as he did so. And that time there was another man whose emotions were fluctuating as intensely as his. Oh, my God. Equals 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 equals. 3. Whale, how much did you eat? Looking at the outside image, it was a plain, detached house, a 2-story house with a garden. The inside of the house was filled with all sorts of artworks. It was another world in the eyes of Jang Sung-hoon. I heard that the whale had collected whatever he needed, but I didn't know he had gathered this much. Looking at the level of the collection, I guess he was a kleptomaniac. He wouldn't collect things like this unless he was interested in stealing them. Jang Sung-hoon, who was looking at the artwork on every side, had a bitter smile on his face. It's funny to say this, but it's no wonder that if the world, where these people lived in a grand style, collapsed, there was nothing wrong with it. His complaint stopped there. Jang Sung-hoon did not forget why he was here. He immediately took out his smartphone. It's going to be a tiresome job to take photos one by one because there are so many. The only reason he came here was to find relics that would help them in the war with the monsters in the future. That was all. Kim Tae-hoon picked up a small bottle of liquor close to him, instead of answering Jang Sung-hoon. He handed it over to Jang Sung-hoon. Jang Sung-hoon received it reflexively and cocked his head. Why did Kim Tae-hoon suddenly give it to him? At the doubt, Kim Tae-hoon answered briefly, it's a relic. Yes. Kim Tae-hoon began to look around instead of answering the question, with his black eyes shining. The eyes of Black Snake were in action. The active eyes of Black Snake turned the landscape of this place into another world, with a different meaning for Kim Tae-hoon. With the eyes of Kim Tae-hoon, he could see the relic. As soon as he looked at the relic, it was like he was wearing smart glasses, and could see its ability. The same was true of the painting Kim Tae-hoon now saw. It was just a beautiful woman painted during the Joseon dynasty. There was no way of knowing whose painting it was. However, it was different in Kim Tae-hoon's eyes. Equals sad face blessed portrait of a beauty. Relic grade, grade 5. Relic value, rare. Relic effect, it is possible to create a blessing in which the strength of an object can be increased by consuming mana. The eyes of Black Snake could see the hidden value of the portrait of a beauty. In the meantime, Jang Sung-hoon took a picture of a small bottle of liquor that Kim gave to him by his smartphone and realized the situation. Can you see the value of the relics in the boss's eyes? Instead of answering, Kim Tae-hoon looked around and pointed his finger at several items. Jang Sung-hoon no longer asked questions. He took pictures of the pieces Kim Tae-hoon pointed at and carefully packed them. The search for relics that was expected to take a long time progressed quickly. Jang Sung-hoon's turn came after taking the most visible relics right away. It can't be all there is to see. I'm sure he has hidden the most valuable pieces all over the place. Of course, the most classic hiding place is the wardrobe. Jang Sung-hoon found places where the original owner of the house, Baek Sung-taek, had hidden other pieces, starting with the wardrobe, inside its thick door, as well as hidden in the flower pot on the veranda. Among them, the jackpot was behind the wallpaper. Actual treasures are not hidden in the safe. Jang Sung-hoon started tearing up the wallpaper, after searching all the places he could easily search. A writing, which was quietly placed behind the wallpaper, appeared. De Pongmu Ae, it meant, there is nothing rough before the great wind. In front of the simple and clear writing, the name and seal of the owner of the writing were printed intact. Oh, my God! Staring at the writing, Jang Sung-hoon had the most surprised look on his face. That's ridiculous. This can't be the original. How did a receiver of stolen goods get a piece of an unpublished work by Chusa Kim Young-hee? It was the name with such a significant weight that Jang Sung-hoon had to look surprised. On the other hand, Kim Tae-hoon was not surprised. He warned Jang Sung-hoon, take the writing and step back. Yes. What are you saying? Swish, Kim Tae-hoon's right hand turned black while he waved it back and forth, telling Jang Sung-hoon to back off. Black skin. Kim Tae-hoon, displayed a power that dyed his right arm right to his shoulder, immediately began to press his power against the wall, not anything else. Bang! With just one punch, the solid wall had a giant hole in it. Splatter! The debris started to fall to the floor, and the things hidden inside the wall were revealed. The destructive power created Kim Tae-hoon's fist was enormous yet horrifying. The wall crumbled like a cookie. Splatter! The parts of the wall fell to the floor like a piece of a cookie. Ah! However, Jang Sung-hoon was not surprised by Kim Tae-hoon's fist. All he could see was a ball of translucent vinyl through the broken wall. Tap tap. Kim Tae-hoon took the plastic bag out of the wall and immediately handed it to Jang Sung-hoon. Jang Sung-hoon accepted it carefully and began to release the plastic. After the plastic was removed from the skin, a luxurious blue roll of silk appeared. It's not a common silk. The silk itself looked like a very high-quality product. The texture was the same. Jang Sung-hoon's touch revealed that the silk was not a relic, but quality silk that was not cheap. Yet it was nothing compared to what was hiding inside the silk. This is so ridiculous. A book was revealed within the silk. It was an old book, which could be looked to a normal person as an ordinary book. How could this be here? The letters written on the cover of the book in black ink were enough to make Jang Sung-hoon's mind go dark. Didanjiojito. It's Didanjiojito. Didanjiojito. What kind of explanation was needed? It was the most precious thing Dosanja Kim Jong-ho had seen in his whole life, and it was also a heritage for future generations. For them to explain and evaluate it would just be ridiculous. It's different from the Didanjiojito that I know. This is the woodblock printed version. To be exact, the Didanjiojito was made of wood blocks. The Didanjiojito we see in the textbooks was combined from each woodblock printed version made of woodblock like a puzzle. And this is, probably an unpublished woodblock printed version, Jang Sung-hoon explained. At that moment, he recalled the rumor that a woodblock printed version of Didanjiojito that was not released to the world was floating around. I heard a rumor, but I thought it was fake. But honestly, when he heard the rumor, he thought it was false. Those kinds of rumors were everywhere, and if it were a woodblock printed version of Didanjiojito, it would not be just a thing floating around by just rumors. If it were real, very big hands would have moved to take it. But the rumor was true. And the owner was Baek Sung-taek. So he kept it in the wall. Yeah, it's worth keeping it in the wall. A thief can't trust a safe. Jang Sung-hoon, who held Didanjiojito in his hand, asked in return, "How did you know it was in the wall?" His eyes of the black snake only saw something in detail, but there was no such ability as seeing through. It meant that he did not have the ability to see through the wall. However, Kim Tae-hoon, as if it were perfectly natural, punched the wall without any hesitation. That's the only part of the wall that has a different texture. Different texture? Did you see it with your eyes? Instead of answering, Kim Tae-hoon's eyes turned black again. With the eyes of Black Snake, he looked at the woodblock printed version of Didanjiojito which Jang Sung-hoon held in his hands. Equals sad face Didanjiojito. Relic grade, grade 4. Relic value, special. Relic effect, the location of monsters are displayed on the map. Jang Sung-hoon also immediately took out his smartphone and confirmed the ability of Didanjiojito. Jang Sung-hoon, who had confirmed its ability, began to flip the pages of the book carefully, with his surprised look. Flip flip. With the sound of turning over the pages, he scanned the great map of Didanjiojito, which was divided into pieces. At the same time, he began to combine the pieces of the map mentally. It was one of his talents. A person who was not capable could not make counterfeit goods. He had to be able to make counterfeit goods that could deceive others. When he saw the original art, he could recall it perfectly later and then recreate the same in reality. It was not difficult for Jang Sung-hoon to complete the integrated map in his mind while looking at the broken pieces of the map. Flip. As soon as Jang Sung-hoon saw the last page, the map was completed in his mind. This map is a kind of map nucleus. He quickly figured out its characteristics. A map nucleus? Kim Tae-hoon put his head a little to one side. The game term was not familiar to him. Jang Sung-hoon began to explain for him. His fingers began to scan the woodblock printed version of Didanjiojito again. Soon his hand stopped, and he showed the page to Kim Tae-hoon. A lot of red and orange lights were clustered on the map which was broken to pieces. This is the map of the place that is now Bucheon. These lights mark the monsters. In detail. It marks the monsters around, starting with the owner of the map. It's like a radar. It can show small things close by, but those far away can only show big ones. The small ones here mean the weak monsters, and the big ones mean the powerful monsters. One question came to mind when Kim Tae-hoon heard this. What's the highest level of monsters we've ever seen? There is a dark blue light on Mthala and Mtbaekdu in Jeju Island. Dark blue meant that there was a monster of the same grade as the dragon at the beginning and the end of the Korean peninsula. That was not good news. It was a kind of evidence that this world had become so much more miserable than they had imagined. But there was something else they had to worry about right now. An orange light and a red light were moving on the map. That meant the monsters were moving. Take only what's important. Yes. 5. It was brown goblins, attacking the cleaners who were working the road cleared by Kim Tae-hoon. They were familiar monsters to the Mak clan soldiers and Bang Hyun-wook. Everybody, get on the truck. A brown goblin itself was weak. An ordinary armed adult man could sufficiently deal with it. Key. The problem was that brown goblins moved under the command of a hobgoblin, not individually. Moreover, the unique spell of the hobgoblin took away the pain and fear from brown goblins. The monsters who lost their pain and horror were terrifying over the imagination. The ferocious waves of the monster groups, numbering more than 100, destroyed the fighting spirit of those who faced them, before the fight. Woo! In front of this scene, Bang Hyun-wook used the howling power which he had acquired by eating the monster stone of a black wolf given by Kim Tae-hoon. He dashed toward the brown goblins running at him, with the howling. It was to earn some time and to express his confidence at the same time. I'll kill you all. At the shout, Bang Hyun-wook's energy churned. The energy made his whole body grow stronger. Except for Kim Tae-hoon, he had the highest stats in strength and health among the Awakeners. Therefore, being stronger than before would be a terrifying thing for the brown goblins that had to face him. Moreover, he was wrapped by the leather armor of the Black Orc. The leather of the Black Orc was not as strong as the leather of the Black Snake, but it was not the leather which the teeth or the nails of the brown goblins could do anything to. Therefore, the battlefield that Bang Hyun-wook threw himself into was like a free batting practice for him. Free batting is that you set the ball and hit it with a bat, free. Their only difference was that a brown goblin's head was in place, instead of the ball. Bang! So Bang Hyun-wook started to go crazy. Meanwhile, the Mak clan soldiers in the truck also passed Bang Hyun-wook, and began to pull the trigger at the approaching brown goblins. 2-2. Now their shots were controlled, not wasting bullets, and not pointing guns at allies. No one was as frightened as before and just fired blindly toward the brown goblins. Key. Of course, the goblins that ran into controlled gunshots began to fall rapidly. Nevertheless, the rush of brown goblins gradually narrowed the distance to the truck. There was no stopping them. They seemed to be getting faster every time they stepped on a dead colleague. Key. The same was true of the anger in their eyes. The death throes of their companions fanned their anger. It was a featherless arrow from somewhere that reversed the situation. Swish. The movement of the arrow that appeared was similar to that of a skilled person sewing beads. The arrow began to move like it was sewing the heads of the brown goblins. Blush. The running brown goblins began to fall to the ground like puppets with cut strings, some falling on them and others falling on them again, then a wall was made. Keek, the remaining goblins fell to the ground, piling onto the bodies of their fellows. It was total chaos. In this ridiculous situation, the survivors were surprised at this absurd jaw-dropping scene, but not for long. Woo-woo. There was no reason to doubt who created this ridiculous sight. Master. Master is here. The main character was like a savior to those here now. A real messiah. There was no one who would not be proud at the appearance of their savior. Master is here. Kill them all. So now the eyes of those facing the brown goblins began to burn. The spirit they created reached the hobgoblin, who was commanding the brown goblins far away. Kier Kirk. The hobgoblin shuddered at the spirit that crushed the madness it had created. It was its last act. His shivering head fell to the ground. A well-prepared sword had sliced through the hobgoblin's neck. At the same time, the pain and horror taken away were returned to the brown goblins. Key. Key, key. The brown goblins, again feeling pain and horror, began to run away speaking weak death throes. Bang Hyun-wook looked at the goblins who ran away silently, and he saw Kim Tae-hoon, who came back after finishing everything. 6. Jang Sung-hoon carefully wrapped Didangyo Jito and the writing of Chusa Kim Jong-hee with silk. However, he didn't need to. When they became the relics, they gained new lives. There was no need to worry about them getting worn out. But he could not dare do otherwise. I never thought I would get this treasure. To mistreat a relic which could be only described with the word treasure dared not be done by those who devoted their passion and dreams to art. Jang Sung-hoon prepared a bag to put the precious treasure in. The bag was also a bag containing important things that he always had to carry. For example, it had a crystal glass decorated with gold that contained red liquid. Everything was trying to live. The moment things combined together to live, it became an ecosystem. The monsters, that we do not know from where they had appeared, also built an ecosystem to live. The weak monsters that did not dare to have their territory, and could not even hunt, wandered around in search of bodies or the remains that some monster had eaten and left, and the strong monsters lived there, building their own territory. A large stone fell on the ecosystem. The Black Snake. A terrible snake that had laired in Bucheon City and made its territory there, had died. It was like the death of a king. It was not something that you could hide just because you wanted to hide it. The news of the death of the king spread faster than the death of anything else and brought a great shake-up. Pointedly, it made the monsters with ambition move. Monsters that wanted to make the area of the Black Snake their own territory began to move more actively in groups. It was Kim Tae-hoon, the new king who defeated the Black Snake and got everything it had, that trampled their ambition. Kim Tae-hoon's right arm, reminiscent of a huge hammer, was black from his fingertips to the shoulder joint. It broke the skull of the monkey dog, who had a head twice the size of his own. Even as the burst pieces of skull and brains of the monkey dog scattered to wet the ground, Kim Tae-hoon moved into the 12 monkey dogs that followed their boss. He passed between the monkey dogs like a snake, striking a black fist toward the head of a monkey dog. The scene looked as if Kim Tae-hoon was moving in a suspended world. The reason it looked that way was not that Kim Tae-hoon's movement was simply fast. It was his accuracy. Kim Tae-hoon's fist was exactly punched in the middle of the forehead, in between two red eyes over the protruding snout of the monkey dog, in a situation where everything was moving blindingly fast. It was a superhuman skill. There was no other word than that to describe the ability to achieve exactly what he desired in all the action that took place so quickly. This is insufficient. It was proof that Kim Tae-hoon quickly adapted himself to the new power of the eyes of Black Snake and made it his own. It was why Kim Tae-hoon ignored the blood and gore, throwing himself willingly into the fight against the coming monsters, like they were the most delicious cooking for him. I have nothing to say. Who's the monster? The survivors, who viewed him as a savior, at such an appearance of Kim Tae-hoon, could not help but admire him. They dismantled the monster bodies without stopping, but the scene, where the number of dead monster bodies was growing rather than decreasing, was a shock, not just admiration. However, Kim Tae-hoon, the source of that violence, was not satisfied with the scene he created. 2 monsters. He was not satisfied. There are 2 monsters of the same rank as the dragon on the Korean peninsula. The gruesome horror of the world was palpable to him now. He couldn't help but know how damned the world was. The despair felt at the moment when the horror was enumerated was much more fatal. He thought there would be a monster that was equal to the dragon, but he realized that such monsters were an Mtibektu and Mtihala. At the beginning and the end of the Korean peninsula, an unutterable monster was serving as a gatekeeper. In addition, the proportion of land of the Korean peninsula was very small compared to the huge area of the whole earth. So how many monsters were similar to the dragon in the whole world? That was not the only thing. There are dozens of monsters around me that are stronger than the Black Snake I was lucky to kill at the risk of my life. Didangyo Jito was like a radar, as Jang Sung-hoon had explained. Strong monsters such as the dragon were marked even if they were far away, but weaker monsters were not displayed when they were distant. Nevertheless, In the Didangio Jido that they had secured, there were 9 blue lights which are under the rank of dark blue. The green and yellow lights were too numerous to measure immediately. The words of Lee Jin-sung were right. The land of Bucheon was the only area among such lights that did not have green and blue lights. Bucheon was lucky. They survived because of being between the powerful monsters. We were lucky right now. Of course, it was not positive news. A country caught between powerful nations can benefit a few times, but eventually, it collapses at some point. History proves it. The ecosystem of the world was being maintained thanks to the overflowing number of humans. This meant that since there were many humans, monsters could survive with the humans as prey right now. Humans are not like plankton. They do not lay eggs like fish. Right now, the number of humans was overflowing, but if they are eaten, the number of individuals will eventually decrease sharply. Since monsters cannot raise humans, they will eventually move to places where there are a lot of human beings to survive, and the land of Bucheon, where a population remained, would be the most coveted for such monsters. In the end, there was only one way. We've got to attack them before they come. Killing them before we die. Before monsters come in force, in a situation where mankind has the advantage in numbers, and in a condition where we still have the power, skill, and will to fight, including food, we have to seek the end of the monsters. To Kim Tae-hoon, killing monsters with red and orange eyes was not exciting. Rather than excited, he felt impatient. No, not like this, not with this ability, nothing can be done. It was the low whisper of Jang Sung-hoon that took away his impatience. Boss, the golden glass is full. 8. Bucheon City Hall was located in the center of Bucheon City. It was currently being used as the headquarters of the Mak clan. There was a great deal of evidence to show that. One way was the Mak clan soldiers, who stood guard with guns, their eyes alive, and the awakeners returning from their hunting lowering their postures. He is back. He. The master. Who's the master? He. The savior. And it was also evidence that there was a look of hope and expectation on the survivors living around Bucheon City Hall. I heard there were over 100 monsters he has killed this time, alone, even with his bare hands. 100 monsters with his bare hands alone. Does that make sense? It makes sense since 100 dead bodies were piled up in a long row. The number might be a lot more than that. But with his bare hands. He caught the yellow devil once, and that's not hard for him. Still, the world was hopeless. Communications were paralyzed, and in the absence of any news of the army that they had been waiting for, there was a flood of monsters everywhere and no survivor who would bring news of other places. Now, they could not even find food easily. Winter was colder than ever, and in this situation people sometimes even froze to death in the cold, dying of hunger and starvation, praying for a peaceful death when they were seriously wounded. There was no one who thought that much could be changed in this situation. There was the only hope. Does he intend to clean up all the monsters? I hope he will clean them all up. If there was any change in this reality, if a small hope rose, and if someone achieved it, it was expected that Kim Tae-hoon, the first hunter, not just anyone, would do it. Kim Tae-hoon was sitting in a soft chair, the golden glass in his hand, inside the mayor's office at the city hall. At first glance, the image was that he was an arrogant boss. However, the face of Kim Tae-hoon, looking at this bizarre liquid that was only flickering and never overflowing in the golden glass, had a look that did not fit an arrogant boss. His expression was really bad. What the hell is the principle? The golden glass of Napoleon. Once again, this mysterious golden glass was filled with a mystery that made unpleasant dreams, without sign or warning. Of course, he was curious why this golden glass had filled itself. In this regard, Jang Sung-hoon made the following guesses. In my personal opinion, the golden glass of Napoleon has the ability to peek at fate. But it can't be easy to catch a glimpse of fate. Of course, as soon as fate changes, it will take time to see the changed fate again. Maybe that's why the golden glass filled so suddenly. It takes time to see the new future. It was a plausible guess. If fate was a program, then to read that program, you could try hacking it. It was only natural to take some time. The fate of the world has changed. If his guess is correct, the fact that the golden glass of Napoleon was once again filled with red liquid meant that the fate of Kim Tae-hoon had changed. It was proof that his fate of death against the dragon no longer existed. Of course, this was not a pleasant thing either. It wouldn't be strange if Kim's lifespan became even shorter in his new destiny. If that really happened, it would be too cruel to say. If the terrible effort to live shortened his lifespan, he wouldn't be able to use this anymore. I am afraid. Of course, he was scared. Nevertheless, Kim Tae-hoon did not hesitate. He drank the golden glass in one gulp. At the same time, Kim Tae-hoon slumped down. 9. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. The cry of a woman struck his eardrum. Open your eyes. Kim Tae-hoon, open your eyes. There was a repeated cry. At this moment, Kim Tae-hoon was able to recognize the owner of the voice, even though he didn't open his eyes. On Sunmi. Soon after, a woman came into view. He saw the face of On Sunmi, which had not changed much, and the freckles embroidered on her face had not significantly changed. The difference was her long hair. Her long straight hair clearly showed that time had passed. What year is it? But it was impossible to tell whether this was the future of 1 year or 5. Furthermore, it was as far as Kim Tae-hoon could see. His eyelids had closed again. Ah! At this moment, he knew that he is on the verge of death, and there was no power to talk to anyone, or even a chance to get some clues from them. I'm dying this way. It was the worst way. He was dreaming of a situation where he is about to die. Was this how he is going to waste his chance? What the f***ck? What could he get from this? Kim Tae-hoon let out a sigh. Of course, he was the only one who could hear his sigh. He heard her voice again, I'll tell you, hoping you will dream of this moment. I don't know when you'll dream of this day, but I'll tell you the wish list that I have prepared. Boss. The mayor's office in Bucheon City Hall. There, 2 men faced each other with a desk between them and a cup of steaming coffee rising, as if they were just chatting. Let me get this straight. One of them scratched his head with his right hand. So before you died, Sister Sunmi told you the wish list. At the words of the man who was ruffling his hair, the man with the mug of coffee in his hand, nodded his head lightly, enjoying the aroma of the coffee. Jang Sung-hoon feigned a smile at the man. I don't know whose thought it was, it's a great idea. A wish list, a sure way to use the golden glass of Napoleon. At the end of the words, a long sigh came out from the lips of Jang Sung-hoon. It was not a good sigh. The problem is the wish list. The word that came out was close to a complaint. Kim Tae-hoon also frowned at the whining remarks, the same as Jang Sung-hoon's complaint. The bitter taste of the coffee had never made his face look so sour. Through the silence that started like that, Jang Sung-hoon began to recall things to organize his mind. The start was when Kim Tae-hoon woke up from his dream. He called Jang Sung-hoon, who was waiting outside the mayor's office, and told him the story. At first, when he heard the word wish list, Jang Sung-hoon clutched his fists without knowing it. He never wanted to miss that opportunity, because it seemed like having a crazy power in his hand. But when he heard the wish list, Jang Sung-hoon felt everything getting far away. Let's say that's the case with the bell of King Songdeok and gilt bronze incense burner of beach. There were 6 wish lists that Kim Tae-hoon remembered. To be precise, On Sunmi would have recited a long story, but there were only 6 things Kim Tae-hoon could hear. The bell of King Songdeok and gilt bronze incense burner of beach were the first of the 6 mentioned wish lists. Let's also say that's the case with Gwanggido steel and the sword of Gojin. The things mentioned after that were Gwangido steel and the sword of Gojin. From there on, Jang Sung-hoon felt something strange. Obviously, the two things were real, but they were obviously different from the above-mentioned bell of King Songdik and gilt bronze incense burner of Beach. What am I supposed to do if you tell me something like Green Dragon Crescent Blade and Kusanagi? And finally, when Green Dragon Crescent Blade and Kusanagi were mentioned, Jang Sung-hoon thought for a moment. He thought that Kim Tae-hoon suddenly became a very humorous man and played a joke on him, or the shock of Kim Tae-hoon's death was so great that he confused his memories with what he saw in a novel. He had no choice but to accept them for now, however. They are only in stories, aren't they? They were literally non-realistic things since the Green Dragon Crescent Blade and Kusanagi could only be seen in the novels. Of course, Kim Tae-hoon was serious. Not only at the time when he told the story, but also at the moment he spoke out to Jang Sung-hoon, Kim Tae-hoon still did not lose his serious air. I need a description of what I said about the things in the wish list. He couldn't help but be serious. This was the valuable information that Kim Tae-hoon obtained in return for living his future death, information from the future. To live, he had to change his destiny again using this information. Once, 4 of them were real. Jang Sung-hoon also knew that fact, so he stopped talking nonsense anymore. Where are they? The gilt bronze incense burner of Beach is located at the Bio National Museum, and the bell of King Songdik. What is the bell of King Songdik? Oh, it's the Emil bell. It's at the Gyeongju National Museum. And Gwangido steel is in Jilin in China, and the sword of Gojin, as I know, it's in Hubei in China. Are the 2 remaining ones not real? They're mentioned only as legends. Kim Tae-hoon drank some coffee again. Jang Sung-hoon also agreed with the silent time that started. The 2 men kept their mouths shut and organized their thoughts. When Kim Tae-hoon spoke again, the conversation resumed. If there was a wish list, I would have been the one to make it. I suppose so. Then I'm sure I didn't just tell myself the desire for things I could not get. Ah. Jang Sung-hoon got the hint of what kind of man Kim Tae-hoon was. He could not simply have recorded things he could not gain. I don't know how much more I could hear before I died. Moreover, this wish list was made to tell the story at an urgent moment, just before his death. It means that there must be something hidden in the order, as well as in the items mentioned. Kim Tae-hoon definitely must have made a wish list. Was it even possible that he didn't have his own personality in mind? The things in Bio and Gyeongju are the ones we can get right now. Yes. If we don't have to fight monsters, it won't take even half a day to get there. Just 3 hours to arrive at the Bio National Museum after taking the Yangdong Expressway, and about 4 or 5 hours to get to the Gyeongju National Museum. Of course, I doubt that we can get there in a year, even if we risk our lives. There are things in Bio and Gyeongju, but not in Seoul. The first question was why there is no relic on the wish list in Seoul. Gyeongju and Bio were definitely full of relics, including historical sites. However, Seoul had been a capital city for most of the grand history of the Republic of Korea. The National Museum of Korea was located in Yongsan District, Seoul. I'm sure that's a question. The woodblocks of Daejeonjido are now kept at the National Museum of Korea. The woodblocks of Daejeonjido, which Kim Tae-hoon and Jang Sung-hoon were lucky to find, were stored in the National Museum of Korea. There are also crowns of Silla. Yes, there were armors, kimonos, and masks used by Japanese warriors, and there were few Buddhist statues from China. The National Museum of Korea even housed relics from Japan and China. However, Kim's wish list did not mention anything at the National Museum of Korea. Why? That was the first question to be solved. It is one of 2 reasons. Kim Tae-hoon solved the problem easily. Well, if we had been in Yongsan District instead of Bucheon City, or if we had survived in Seoul and identified the existence of the relics, all of us would have run to the National Museum of Korea. The Ministry of National Defense is located to the north of the National Museum of Korea. The Ministry of National Defense? Ah, yes, the War Memorial of Korea is behind it. The National Museum of Korea and the Ministry of National Defense were not that far apart. If something happened, the soldiers of the National Defense Command would be there. In other words, when an emergency broke out, troops from the National Defense Command, an army organized to defend the capital, must have been there. Naturally, it was highly likely that they secured the relics there. It was just a guess they had made before, but now this dream had convinced them. To put it another way, Bio and Gyeongju are ownerless cities. In other words, they would have a chance to acquire relics in Bio and Gyeongju if they moved early. Then, why were Gwangido Steel and the Sword of Gojin mentioned? It is proof that North Korea has collapsed and, we are engaged in an exchange, or had a war with the Chinese survivors or the awakeners there. The next mentioned Gwangido Steel and the Sword of Gojin were most likely factors to inform them situation at the time, not showing that they wanted to get it. I know Gwangido Steel is located in Jilin province. Now airplanes and ships are not functioning properly, and we cannot reach there without North Korea collapsing. And did you say that the Sword of Gojin is in Hubei province? Yes. Hubei is a province located in central China. Contacting the relic there means that there is a high possibility that we might have moved into the territory of China or an awakener who had secured the relic came to the Korean peninsula. North Korea's collapse in contact with China was also a very important hint. This meant that the situation on the Korean peninsula itself has changed completely. I roughly understand. Then, what do Green Dragon Crescent Blade and Kusanagi mean? I don't think there's anything in existence like that. The next mentioned Green Dragon Crescent Blade and Kusanagi were also signals. There can't be. There is no such thing in common sense. It means that we should not think about it. But it certainly existed somehow. Listing it was a signal. When he spoke, Jang Sung-hoon was able to organize his thoughts. Yes, we have Didangyo-jido, and we would rather move to get things that are not yet taken, rather than go to Seoul to get things that are already taken. At the same time, Jang Sung-hoon felt a sense of frustration. I'm sorry the six were not everything, but if you had heard more, I could have made a more definite plan. He got this much information just by listening to the 6 relics on the wish list, and if he had heard more, he could have drawn a clearer blueprint. Kim Tae-hoon felt sorry for the fact. If I had heard more. It was a great idea to think of delivering a wish list using the relic of the golden glass of Napoleon. However, it was also true that there were not many things that could have a good result among the things prepared. Of course, rather than regretting this, they had to find something better by recognizing that there was plenty to learn from a bad example. And at this moment, Kim Tae-hoon came up with his own solution. I'll have to teach you rap. Rap? What? If we have only a short time to deliver information, we have to put as many words as possible in that short time. If On Sunmi's words had been twice as fast, he would have gotten twice as much information. At the solution of Kim Tae-hoon, Jang Sung-hoon made a foolish expression. So you want me to rap in front of the boss who is convulsing, vomiting blood and losing focus in his eyes, with Davatop, Sukaguram, and Tripitaka Koreana? Is that weird? Boss, do you think that's normal? Is it normal to talk as fast as possible about the national treasures number 1 to number 10 in front of a dying person? Kim Tae-hoon had more coffee instead of answering the question. It seemed ridiculous even if he thought about it. Jang Sung-hoon first asked Kim Tae-hoon, who was silent much longer than usual. What's the plan for the future, then? Even if we were to set off for Bio or Gyeongju as our destination, we wouldn't be able to get there right away. We need to get internally stable first. Internal stability. We'll have to set up clans under our command and pick a representative of the public. The plan was set up. Bio or Gyeongju. From now on, Kim Tae-hoon had to work to get there. It was not short, nor was not easy. As much as that, it was necessary to stabilize internally. Kim Tae-hoon agreed with the fact. However, we have something to do first. Is there any urgent work? This time we need to find the owner of the 9 relics we have acquired. 9 relics from the warehouse of the whale, Baek Sung-taek. Kim Tae-hoon said that they should find the owner of the relics right now. If you find the owner, will you give him the relics? They will be useless for an awakener who cannot use them. Jang Sung-hoon agreed firmly with those words. Kim Tae-hoon was not wrong. Relics were the most certain and powerful weapons that mankind could use in the war against monsters. It was meaningless to give them to someone who cannot use such weapons. The answer is clearly to find the owner who had handled so many relics in this urgent situation where they had to kill as many monsters as possible. There were highly valuable relics among the ones they had acquired this time. Do you really want to give the relics to awakeners who can use them? Obviously, it was not a good idea to give such relics away for free. Not all of the awakeners who had distinguished themselves gave their sincere loyalty to Kim Tae-hoon. They followed him because he could kill monsters that they could not. Kim Tae-hoon tilted his head at Jang Sung-hoon's frustrated words. Give the relics away for free? Why should I do that? Yes. I will find the owner, and I will get the price I want. Isn't that common sense? Jang Sung-hoon nodded happily. Yes, that's common sense. There was a square in front of Bucheon City Hall. It was a stage set up for festivals and events hosted by the city, and so wide that they could not feel crowded even if 100 people gathered. But now the square, where 100 people had gathered, seemed so full that no one could come in anymore. It meant that the spirit of each person filling it was so huge and intense. The basis and evidence of such spirit were the marks that most of the people who filled the square had on the back of their right hand. Awakeners. Furthermore, they were hunters, who used the power of the awakeners to hunt monsters. How long do we have to wait? Damn it, they told us the time is 3 o'clock. In addition, among the parties in the area of the Mac clan, they had paid the highest number of monster stones to the Mac clan. In terms of ranking, they ranged from 1st to 7th. Now they were the predators who were more familiar with the smell of monster blood. It was natural that their spirit was intense. 6 p.m. They have kept us outside for 3 hours. The sun is already gone. They had blankly faced a cold winter wind like a blade for 3 hours now. Their image was not the same as a predator. A predator didn't need this patience. Nevertheless, there was one reason why they stood in the square in front of the city hall where the cold wind was blowing for more than 3 hours. I can't help it, I'll have to hold on until I can. I'd rather die if I were frozen to death here, I can't leave. When I were left out of his eyes, I would be dead. Kim Tae-hoon, who was the leader of the Mac clan and those here, had called them. That was why they were patient. There was no dog that didn't wait when the owner called. You're all here. Finally, for the first time, a man, not a cold wind, appeared in front of them. Oh, it's cold. It's really cold today. But it wasn't the man they were waiting for. Jang Sung-hoon, who was Kim Tae-hoon's right hand, showed up in a thick jumper that seemed warm to everyone's eyes. Is that him again? PHT. Some of them grit their teeth at his appearance. No one was afraid of Jang Sung-hoon. There was no reason to be afraid. He was not an awakener, nor was he strong in the public. He was not even wearing a military uniform like Kim Tae-hoon's soldiers, or carrying a gun. Is it cold, everyone? Can I get you a used hot pack? But there was no one who ignored him either. His words were the same as those of Kim Tae-hoon. It's been a long time to see you since I met you at the negotiations after the death of Lee Jin-sung. This is the first time that we've gotten together. There are some faces that I saw there, and there are some faces I am seeing for the first time. No one complained, and they just looked at Jang Sung-hoon. They are going crazy to kill me. If it was not for Kim Tae-hoon, they showed the will to kill Jang Sung-hoon immediately. In front of them, Jang Sung-hoon smiled lightly. "It's just the look I want." That was why Jang Sung-hoon came out 3 hours later than this appointment time. When they are stuffed and their backs are warmed, lying comes out, and at least at this time they will reveal their true intentions. "I will change the Mac clan to a guild here today, and at the same time, I will select a clan to work under the Mac guild. I will give guns and ammunition to the clan that is selected, and even relics. It is dangerous, of course. Guns are terrifyingly powerful, but if the muzzle of the guns that they received were directed at the Mac guild, the damage would not be small. Above all, they should never trust a human being, a black-haired animal." But nevertheless, he had to let those in front of him hold their guns and swords. This day finally comes. Nothing happens as it is now. It is not a good choice to tie the hands and feet of those who can become a competent power in a situation where their present safety may be threatened, and if they don't kill, they will die. Above all, there were already enough threats. Well, I'd rather be glad if anyone could become strong enough to threaten the boss. Therefore, it will be better to have someone who can threaten Kim Tae-hoon's stronghold. Kim Tae-hoon has a limit to what he can do alone. Well, let's start talking. Of course, it is foolish to give without end. So he deliberately exposed them to the cold wind for 3 hours, not to hear the plain-spoken words, but to hear the real thing that popped out without them thinking about it. Even if they were an awakener with power, their heads would become stiff if they were exposed for a period of time to this winter wind. Today, Mac clan will become the Mac guild, and at the same time, the Mac guild will recruit clans to work under its command. Of course, there will be guild-level support for the clans that work under the Mac guild. The glittering of the eyes that had frozen coldly began to change at his words. There are 2 main items of support. One is guns and ammunition. Most of them changed the glitters of their eyes in a moment when they heard about the support items. Finally, we are provided with guns. This day finally came. The awakeners here were strong. They had strengthened their ability by eating monster stones, and they had also made items through monster hunting. But their power was still not up to a gun. A gun is such a powerful weapon. It is powerful, and most of all, it is not difficult to use. If we are provided with guns, we can kill orange-grade monsters. So if we are given guns right away, it will not be so difficult to kill an orange-grade monster. It was also the reason why the people here had paid a lot of monster stones. They had been loyal to the Mac clan, waiting for this day to come. If the Mac clan weren't stupid, they wouldn't give a gun to those who didn't show that kind of sincerity. But the story was not over there. This is the second support. When Jang Sung-hoon gestured, the soldiers of the Mac clan who were waiting nearby, now the soldiers of the Mac guild, brought over the goods. They were relics that anyone could see and use. I'll give relics to the qualified. At that moment, everyone's eyes concentrated in one place. I don't think that's a normal item. If it's a relic, it's a big fish. Dae Pongmu Ae. Chusa Kim Young-hee's writing caught everyone's attention. Some of them slipped their hands into their pockets and touched their smartphones. Even now, they were anxious to find out the grade and effect of the relic through the smartphone cameras. However, Jang Sung-hoon did not intend to relieve their anxieties. This is about support. Of course, there are conditions. There are several conditions. I've already prepared a contract of 7 pages. It was hard to turn the copy machine to take these. Paper and electricity are more precious than Rolexes. Flutter. Jang Sung-hoon shook the bundle of contracts, fluttering them in his hand. I'll tell you the most important conditions. At that moment a man walked towards Jang Sung-hoon. Gulp. Everyone swallowed at his appearance, the most obvious sign of who he was. Kim Tae-hoon. His aura was different from his appearance, wearing ordinary cotton pants and a little jumper, holding the sheath of the sword of the Imperator. His aura was more like that of a beast. The presence of the black snake and those devil eyes was flowing out of him. The guns and relics are dangerous things in many ways. I will give you the guns, but there's no guarantee that the muzzle won't be directed at us. Kim Tae-hoon stood in front of Jang Sung-hoon and Jang stopped talking. The teaching of hunting know-how, the provision of hunting grounds, the provision of items, including guns and relics, and other additional benefits. Shurung. The sword appeared from the sheath held in Kim Tae-hoon's left hand as he said the words. The sword, which appeared so quickly, was stuck to the ground so fast that it was hard to measure its speed with the naked eye. What is it? Did he use the telekinesis to move the sword? But it's so fast. It was like a thunderbolt had hit the ground. Everyone looked at the sword of Imperator stuck in the plaza stones, dazed by what had happened so quickly. I can't give you these things for nothing, Kim Tae-hoon said from behind the sword. The price for establishing a clan and receiving support is your finger. It doesn't matter which finger it is. One finger is enough. The sword of the Imperator flashed its blade like a smile. As if the sword, which became stronger when it was bloodied, was delighted to think of human blood. Everyone's spine was chilled, and they were frozen so that they could forget even the cold wind. On the other hand, Kim Tae-hoon and Jang Sung-hoon were cool. This was not just an evil act for them, but important to them. As he said, the establishment and support of the clan was a kind of double-edged sword to the Mac Guild, and there was no guarantee that those who had guns and ammunition would not betray them afterward. Above all, there was no reason to give them for free. There is no free. It should not be. A price should be paid, of course. But in this world, money, gold, and unregistered bonds cannot be the currency. In this world, half a pet bottle of gasoline is worth more than 10 Rolex watches. The same was true of the red monster stones. They were the only valuable thing they could give right now. But to be honest, the red monster stones were not so expensive compared to the value of relics and support. He didn't want to sell relics and guns for such a cheap price. What price would he accept? If he receives it right away, he will be at a loss. So it is better to get it later, and after a while, those who can't pay now can pay for it after they are able to pay enough. That is the point, whether they can pay the price after a while or not. You must be prepared to pay a finger to get guns and ammunition. They could not give them to those who did not even have the determination to cut off a finger to get guns, ammunition, and relics to hunt more monsters. We'll take an applicant. Kim Tae-hoon finished his speech. Naturally, most of them hesitated. No, they seemed more frightened than hesitant, unable to do anything. Above all, they were in the cold wind for 3 hours, without knowing the reason. It would not be easy to calculate quickly at this moment. As Jang Sung-hoon designed, most of them had pure self-conceptions, not calculations, in their minds at this moment. It's crazy, do I have to provide my finger? They act like Yakuza. It's ridiculous. This is crazy. I did not do anything wrong, but I have to provide my finger. Of course, no one was willing to join in this ridiculous thing right away. If they wanted guns and ammunition, if it was not crazy to cut their finger, then there was nothing in the world that was not crazy. But not everyone did. If they were prepared to do that, if they could get a powerful weapon, guns, and ammunition, there was no reason to hesitate for those who were willing to give a finger. I'll apply. I'll apply. 2 people raised their hands. It was Yang Young-hwan and Lee Soo-young, the heads of the top and second-ranked parties that paid the most monster stones. The 2 stepped forward without hesitation. They began to walk towards the sword of the Imperator stuck on the ground, as if they were competing. Shrieks. However, when they reached a very short distance from the sword, it immediately entered its sheath. Again, it moved like a lightning bolt. I allow the establishment of only 2 clans. You 2 choose 1 relic. Jang Sung-hoon. Yes. Write a contract. I understand. Kim Tae-hoon left immediately after finishing his speech, and Jang Sung-hoon handed Lee Soo-young and Yang Young-hwan a contract. The two men who received the contract did not read it properly. They immediately wrote their names on the lines. Everything was done quickly. The rest of the process was silently watched by the others. When all was over, Jang Sung-hoon waved his hand lightly toward the remaining ones and gave the last word. "I'll see you here soon, and I will give you some advice. What my boss wants from you is not loyalty. He wants to know if you are worth investing in. How well and how many monsters can you kill if you hold a gun? That's all." 4. This is a contract, and this is a smartphone that has photographed the marks of the awakeners of the two newly created clans. Jang Sung-hoon handed over a contract with the smartphone. Kim Tae-hoon did not look at it, because he could not take back what he had already done. What relics did they choose? They put their choice on hold because they wanted to use the relics and choose afterward. They'll find a relic that they can be the owner of, I see. If a pig's neck is hung with a pearl necklace, the number of people who want to eat the pig only increases. Originally, they wanted to find the owners of the relics. Finding the owner meant giving the relics to those who had the ability to use them. However, it was not necessary. Therefore, Kim Tae-hoon immediately moved on to the next topic. Tell the two clans to hunt more than one orange monster a week. Do I give them this mission right away? Do they need a probationary period or period of adjustment? I'll deliver it, Jang Sung-hoon nodded. Kim Tae-hoon asked him a surprise question. When will the leather armor of the Black Snake be completed? The workshop chief, Park Gap-soo, said that he could complete the prototype tomorrow, and once the boss signs OK, they can produce 2 sets every day. The leather armor of the Black Snake was a powerful item that could not be rivaled by any protective equipment that had been made so far. Of course, the moment he got it, he had to act accordingly. It's time to find a new target. I'll check the Didangyo and select the candidate group. With those words, Jang Sung-hoon took out Didangyo from his bag, immediately opening it to the page that he remembered, showing the city of Bucheon. Boss, Jang Sung-hoon said with a grim expression at that moment. The green dots around Bucheon City have moved. People entered the Bucheon City Council located next to Bucheon City Hall, and the conference room of the committee, which had been established there. However, the atmosphere was different from normal. The expressions of the 6 men and women present at the table and the man in front of a whiteboard with a map of Bucheon City were by no means the faces of those discussing budgetary resolutions. According to the Didangyo, green-grade monsters that were located in Gwangyang City, to the east of Bucheon City, have moved about 2 kilometers. Soon after, Jang Sung-hoon, the man in front of the map, drew a line in Gwangyang City on the right side of Bucheon City with a green laser pointer. The direction of the line was headed toward Bucheon. We've never encountered a green-grade monster before, so we can't specify its power, but it is clear that we are not able to fight a green-grade monster with our current power. The faces of Kim Soo-ji, On Sun-mi, Bang Hyun-wook, and Lee Soo-young and Yang Young-hwan, who were now clan masters of Mac Guild, hardened. It was a natural reaction. Anyway, the green-grade monster would be the top predator that could simply eat even a yellow-grade monster, like the Black Snake. It was only a few days ago that they had escaped from the fear of Black Snake. But a green-grade monster, 1 step higher than the Black Snake, now approached Bucheon. Of course we don't know if the green-grade monster from Gwangyang City is heading for Bucheon. The problem is that with its move, the existing monsters are pushed towards Bucheon. In fact, the Didangyo has detected the inflow of monsters from Gwangyang City towards Bucheon. Green-grade monsters also meant fear and despair for the weaker monsters. Of course, they had no choice but to run away. One of the monsters approaching Bucheon City is a yellow-grade monster. Of course, if it moves, the monsters below it would move toward Bucheon, as if they were fleeing. Furthermore, the number of monsters in Bucheon has decreased significantly due to constant monster cleaning. From the standpoint of other monsters, it looks like paradise. That was the end of the explanation of the situation. There were no questions. I thought it was quiet, but it was quiet before the storm. There were so many questions they wanted to ask, but no one had the mental and psychological freedom to ask them. Kim Tae-hoon, the only man with such composure, was sipping coffee. Kim Tae-hoon was not really free and didn't enjoy his coffee. For him, coffee was not proof of freedom but a tool to maintain composure in any situation. Soon after, Kim Tae-hoon swallowed his coffee and spoke. What choices do we have? Running away or fighting? It's one of the two. In this situation, Mac Guild had two options. But there was only one option to choose to live. If we want to live together, we have to fight back. A healthy man who seemed to be in his early 30s also knew that fact, so he chose his option without worrying about it. His name was Yang Young-hwan. He was the master of the Starfish clan under the Mac Guild. As soon as Yang Young-hwan opened the sluice gate, Kim Soo-ji spoke up. Defense is a war of consumption. With the ammunition we have, it's hard to fight for long periods of time. Our need for ammunition is urgent, and a new supply of weapons is also necessary. On Sunmi also presented her opinion. If I give an opinion as a doctor, 9 out of 10 people would be better left dead if they are seriously injured enough to require surgical operations in combat. There's no electricity, no blood transfusions, and the survival rate is meaningless. I'm almost out of the flesh of the mud troll. Then, is there a place where we can get a supply? Another clan master, Lee Soo-young, asked. The answer came from Jang Sung-hoon's lips. At the same time, he organized the situation again. There is the 17th Division located in the south, so if we go down to Saihung or Incheon, we can get weapons we can use in those subordinate camps. In the end, we have to go through both combat and supply. Of course, there is only one thing the boss can do at a time. The crowd shut up again. Kim Tae-hoon kept savoring his coffee. This was the key. Until now, the difficult problems had been left for Kim Tae-hoon, and he solved the difficult problem. That's why everyone bet their fate on Kim Tae-hoon, whether they liked him or not. But this time was different. Kim Tae-hoon could only do so much. He might leave Bucheon to get supplies, or he can deal with the monsters that remain in Bucheon. But it was impossible to do both at the same time. Eventually, they needed someone to replace Kim Tae-hoon in battle or as a backup. There is the 17th Division, but there is also the 3rd Military Assistance Command in Bupyeong, Incheon. In this situation, Yang Young-hwan made the first choice. Of course, there will be nothing at the command, but there will be a supply warehouse where the military command is located. For your information, we have 2 members of the Sama unit in our clan, and one of them is from the ammunition company in Jiang district. Yang Young-hwan also took out his hidden card at this moment. Sama unit was a nickname of the 3rd Military Assistance Command. The Military Assistance Command was a logistical unit that managed military supplies, from daily life items to ammunition and artillery. If they were from Sama unit, or if they were from the ammunition company, they would know the location of the ammunition dump where they worked. Moreover, Yang Young-hwan said that a member of the Sama unit was from the ammunition company in Jiang district. If it is Jiang district, the direct distance would be about 6 kilometers from here, but we can't fly, so about 20 kilometers back and forth. Jiang district in Incheon was located about 6 kilometers from Bucheon. There was no reason why they couldn't go there on foot. That's why he kept it hidden. Yang Young-hwan's plan was to use their firepower to advance to Jiang district where the ammunition company was located, after acquiring guns and ammunition from Mac Guild, and to secure ammunition by occupying the ammunition company. It was not to antagonize Kim Tae-hoon, but it was necessary to have a purpose to secure the ammunition company in a world where ammunition could now replace money. Simply put, the ammunition company was a treasure island and Yang Young-hwan was hiding a map that reached the treasure island. But now he had revealed the hidden card concerning the fate of Yang Yonghwan himself and the Starfish clan in front of Kim Tae-hoon. The reason I did not mention it before was to hide it, as all of you can imagine, but I am showing you all the cards I have in this situation. It meant that Yang Yonghwan took this situation seriously. If I die, the hidden card is not going to make any sense. Anyway, the 17th Division is good, but Jiang District is a lot closer. Most of all, the man I said before retired about a year ago from the ammunition company, and I'm sure he has an acquaintance there if there are survivors. So can rob the 17th Division. Lee Soo-young immediately accepted his role. It was certainly dangerous to take military supplies from the subordinate units of the 17th Division, but she had no qualms about her choice. If she had intended to ignore it like that, she would not have done anything to follow Kim Tae-hoon when he said that she should do so that day. The two clans chose the supply route. I think the roles are arranged. Now the remaining option belongs to the Mac Guild. The Mac Guild must deal with the monsters that come. It was time to get ready. Then, let's prepare the items. With the advent of monsters, most people lost most of what they had. But not everyone did. Park Gap-soo. In 2017, he was 70 years old and had been making leather shoes for 50 years. He was a craftsman who has trained in one field for half a century. However, Park Gap-soo has never been treated like a craftsman his whole life. He was exploited from the beginning. He had worked unpaid for years under the pretext of learning skills, and even after he was able to do his part, he would not receive his salary on time. Even the last owner exploited him, and the owner of the shoe factory where he worked ran away instead of paying him more than 2 years' salary. At that age of 65, Park Gap-soo was thrown into the world without a penny of retirement pension and no money saved, and since then, he began to live life like a beggar. Free meals given by volunteer groups were the best banquet. It was after the appearance of the monsters that he started to be treated as a proper craftsman. Workshop Chief. They are here. Park Gap-soo looked at a man in his early 30s who called him. He was an amazing lawyer until the monsters appeared. He was a lawyer who was good at his young age and could afford an expensive foreign car. In the past, Park Gap-soo was not able to enter the other's eyes beyond the age difference. But now the lawyer was one of his apprentices. It was not forced. Rather, it was evidence of cleverness. He knew that in this world, the skill of how to trim monster skin would help him survive much better than the career of a lawyer. And not a few other people thought so, because Park Gap-soo, who became the chief of the workshop with the support of Mac Guild, should have tested them, as there were too many people gathered when he said he would select people. From the point of view of Park Gap-soo, he had never had a man who could be called a disciple, and so it was rather unnatural. Prepare the item. I understand. At first, he didn't feel this was all real. However, as time went on, Park Gap-soo realized this reality and was able to take pride in the fact that he was a craftsman for the first time. That's why he played his role with full power at the age of 70, even if he could leave the world at any time by the jaws of a monster. Are you here? I'm sorry, I come suddenly. No, I have increased output since then, as you asked, and now I have 20 sets of armor made from the skin of black snake. So fast. That's all I'm doing, isn't it? There's no reason to be late. Jang Sung-hoon laughed at the words of workshop chief Park Gap-soo. At that time, Kim Tae-hoon, who was behind Jang Sung-hoon, bowed his head deeply after standing in front of Park Gap-soo. I'm Kim Tae-hoon. Oh. At the words, Park Gap-soo looked at Kim Tae-hoon with surprised eyes. I should have visited you before, I'm sorry. Oh, no. To the survivors, Kim Tae-hoon was not just a being, but the only lamp in a dark world that they could not see ahead. In addition, to him, Kim Tae-hoon was the one who made the life of Park Gap-soo, who had made leather shoes for 50 years, not a useless life, but a great life. I will be rude because things are urgent, may I see them immediately? Of course. At the command of Park Gap-soo, the armor made of the skin of the black snake appeared. The leather armor which appeared was quite simple. There were not many parts, a vest covering the upper body, and wraps for the arms, legs, elbows, and knees. But they were not crude. Basically, the leather of the black snake itself had a lovely dark sheen, condensed by the unceasing tanning of Park Gap-soo. Of course, that was not really surprising. Everyone who followed Kim Tae-hoon took out a smartphone and snapped a photo of the leather armor of the black snake being worn by mannequins. Kim Tae-hoon changed his eyes, too. His pupils went blackened. Leather armor of the black snake. Defense, C rank. Mana resistance, D rank. It increases the recovery rate of energy. It strengthens your energy. Injecting energy increases your defense. The leather armor of the black snake appeared. The stats were remarkable. Excellent. Kim Tae-hoon, the first to read them, was surprised. Yang Young-hwan and Lee Soo-young, who also had not yet received proper reports on the armor, were more surprised. With this, there's no reason to be overpowered if we try close combat against an orange monster. 3 sets. If we get only 3 sets of protective equipment, we can use tactics. For those who had fought monsters in close combat, not with guns, it seemed like a greater treasure than a gun. We have now completed 20 sets, and we can produce 3 sets a day, thanks to the recent speed of production. With the amount of the skin from the black snake on hand, we will produce about 90 sets. But surprise did not end there. I powdered it as you asked. Workshop Chief, Park Gap-soo pulled out a plastic pack, filled with yellow powder in a plastic bag sealed in layers. Equals sad face the eyes of black snake. The power of black snake, the eyes of black snake, can be used when ingested. Equals. It was none other than powder made by grinding up the eyes of the black snake. It had the effect of temporarily allowing the eyes of black snake to be used when ingested. Of course, it was not as good as the eyes of black snake that Kim Tae-hoon used. It was a kind of downgraded version, but it was enough to be useful. If a gunman took the powder, his hit rate would rise dramatically. That was not the only thing. The doping effect that, the eyes of black snake, would have in battle was beyond imagination. Finally, the last item that appeared was 4 blades. Their length was about the length of an adult man's arm. But it was a little different. It was more like a sword. These are the teeth of black snake. They looked like the teeth of a snake. Equals sad face the teeth of black snake. Injecting energy increases cutting power. They were the 4 fangs of the black snake. Now all we have to do is make a sword hilt. However, since the item is a product, I will make a handle with the hide of the black snake to suit the grip of the person who is going to use it. They will get used to it sooner. It would be a powerful item as soon as he finished the hilt. At his words, Kim Tae-hoon turned his head and looked at Yang Young-hwan and Lee Soo-young. If you perform your duties, you will be paid, as stated in the contract for the establishment of a clan. At the words of Kim Tae-hoon, the 2 men began to drool inside. I usually have to pay the price after work, but I will pay in advance, given the circumstances. I'll give you 1 fong and 3 sets of leather armor. The 2 finally managed to swallow. But Kim Tae-hoon's words were not over. It's not free. I paid you in advance, and if I am not satisfied with the number of monsters you've caught, I'll tear up the clan contract. They nodded silently at his words. D-Day is tomorrow. Everything went very fast. They couldn't afford to not put their heart and soul into it when the monsters were already moving. Don't forget secrecy. Of course, they didn't forget the warning, though they couldn't afford it. The fact that there is a green-grade monster in particular, and that it might come to Bucheon, should not be discussed with the other survivors. Not long ago, all the survivors of Bucheon City lived in fear of the black snake. If it was known that there was a green-grade monster in such a situation, it was clear that not a few of the survivors would panic. Panic-stricken humans would be involved in accidents. When the meeting ended with Jang Sung-hoon's words emphasizing secrecy, Kim Tae-hoon called over Bang Hyun-wook. Bang Hyun-wook, come to the conference room. 4. Why did you call me, big brother? Bang Hyun-wook asked, as soon as he returned to the meeting room of the Budget Committee of the Bucheon City Council. Why didn't you say a word at the meeting? A question was given instead of answers. Bang Hyun-wook smiled awkwardly at the question. Is there anything I could say? I just have to do what I'm told. Do you think you're going to be left behind? At the words, the awkward smile around Bang's mouth disappeared. Bang Hyun-wook was supposed to be the right-hand man of Kim Tae-hoon, but now do you feel like you are not even a finger? Does it bother you? At this moment, Bang Hyun-wook thought of himself saying, "Nah, what is that? You speak nonsense." However, Bang did not show what he thought, but his face got harder. He looked like he had been stabbed deep inside. Is it that obvious? He finally admitted. A man, who used to compete with others throughout his school years to become a professional baseball player, does not change easily, even when monsters have appeared. Rather early, Kim Tae-hoon noticed a change in the way Bang Hyun-wook looked at him. His behavior was different. At first, Bang Hyun-wook looked like a puppy waiting for an order. He was afraid of monsters, but on the one hand, he was pleased about the fact that he had the power to kill them. At the same time, he was proud of being a partner who could help Kim Tae-hoon fight, as well as the incidental things that arose from it, like the satisfaction of the snobbery, such as the surrounding gaze and treatment. However, recently, Bang Hyun-wook was not happy. He watched Kim Tae-hoon fight without saying anything, and the gaze he had was dead. Furthermore, such his mind was showed as a result. The brave spirit he had shown to the monsters had disappeared. But I don't want to pat you on the shoulders. I don't have that personality, and I've never done it. I know that. I don't even think I can allow you to be like a dog with an inferiority complex. It was why he called Bang Hyun-wook over separately. That's what Kim Tae-hoon needed was the combat power that Bang Hyun-wook had shown. He needed the Bang Hyun-wook who ran against monsters with a brave spirit and could sometimes even joke on the battlefield. He did not need the Bang Hyun-wook who only looked like a dog with an inferiority complex. Be a dog with an inferiority complex or a hunting dog. The choice is yours. At the words of Kim Tae-hoon, Bang Hyun-wook said, gritting his teeth tightly, I'll be a hunting dog. His eyes began to glow again. 5. You seem to really care about Hyun-wook. It was Jang Sung-hoon who came to Kim Tae-hoon after he left the conference room and was alone again. At least, he is not one who worries whether it is good to betray me or not, or whether he could replace me. Yes, Hyun-wook is not the type to plot. If he had been a plotter, he wouldn't have fidgeted in front of the boss to save his first love. However, his romance progress is very slow. As I see it, he could get married tomorrow morning if he just confessed his love to her. Jang Sung-hoon sighed briefly while talking. Are you not going to tell others about your second dream? Kim Tae-hoon had not told anyone about his second dream, except for Jang Sung-hoon. It was not because he more believed Jang Sung-hoon and he less believed the rest. It was a difference of will if he bothered to explain. Kim Tae-hoon was the hope and savior of everyone here. Therefore, his death would be hard for himself, but also hard for those who trusted and followed him. I won't have a better solution, even if I talk about it. In a world where it was hard to even live, he didn't want to put a bigger burden on them. Most of all, the clear interpretation of the dream was not done yet. Jang Sung-hoon. If you have any questions, just ask me without having to sugarcoat them, or a humble attitude, calling my name. Guess why I died? On that question, Jang Sung-hoon immediately gave his opinion instead of hesitating. I'm guessing the boss was killed by an awakener. Kim Tae-hoon nodded. He was of the same opinion. He didn't know what injuries he had suffered or why he died in his second dream. But there was a clue. When Sister Sunmi tried to cure the boss, she was not involved in the fight, and it's unlikely that monsters have a virtue of ignoring other humans and targeting the boss. Virtue is something that goes between people, isn't it? When Kim died, he saw on Sunmi once. Her hair was longer than it was now, and she was not involved in combat and did not have major injuries. That meant she was excluded from the battle. But there was no reason for a monster to leave her alone. If she had been excluded, something would have been limited in the battle. If I look at it very simply, you're weak, and you're dead. Otherwise, the cause of death itself is simple and clear, the law of the jungle, the weak are the prey of the strong. Kim Tae-hoon's death was due to his weakness. If he were strong, there would be no reason to die. Anyway, being killed by an awakener was definitely different from being killed by a dragon. It meant there was a stronger awakener than Kim Tae-hoon. You said the world looked like a game? Yes. When I kill a monster, I gain experience and level up through it. That's the game. Yes, it's a classic RPG game. So if the number of monsters is limited, what happens in the game? Kim Tae-hoon didn't pass on what it meant. At this moment, Jang Sung-hoon thought of a game he sometimes played and imagined what would happen if the monster didn't come out of it. The one who kills them first and gets the level up would be the winner. Only then did Jang Sung-hoon understand what the most important thing to survive in this world was. It's a zero-sum game. It is important to secure relics, to make items, and to secure weapons. But all of them end up being used as a means of killing more powerful monsters. That was the result through Kim Tae-hoon's second death. After my first dream, our goal was to be a military warlord, and defend our castle. Now, they needed to change their goal. I suggested it, and the boss approved it. The first purpose of Kim Tae-hoon was to settle down in Bucheon and defend the area. But it wasn't anymore. Just defending the area was not enough. This time, we have to attack, not just focus on defense. Along with the words, Kim Tae-hoon looked at the map on the whiteboard that he had used for the meeting. If we kill a green monster in Gwangmyeong City, all the monsters in Gwangmyeong City belong to us. We'll have to attack them first before others do. The problem is others. I guess so. It's not possible that there will be no competition in the country, including Colonel Lim Hyun-jun, who appeared in your first dream. You'll be in trouble from now on. Why don't you just become the commander-in-chief? First of all, the boss is a major, right? Why don't you try to be a general this time? Give me a seat. To Jang Sung-hoon, who joked to ease the heavy mood, Kim Tae-hoon did not bring up the words Sword of Gojien or Gwangido Steel. There was not anything that could be done right now, by telling him the reality that China, which had strong military power, would be a competitor. It was only for Kim Tae-hoon to worry about it. The top priority right now is to defend our territory. I'll organize a search party to identify the monsters. I'll investigate it myself. Before Jang Sung-hoon could say, it would be dangerous, Kim Tae-hoon dyed his eyes black. Jang Sung-hoon immediately swallowed what he was about to say. Instead, he asked. Do you need anything? Put the order into the workshop to preserve the skull of the black snake in its original form. Skull. Do you want to make a museum? When it is completed, we will set it up on the coming road of the yellow-grade monsters. Set it up. Because they are not that kind of things who will understand it if I just say this is my territory. Jang Sung-hoon nodded. Do you need anything else? Boil the water. Not coffee. On the question, Kim Tae-hoon said, with sudden uncontrollable laughter, the coffee you serve is rubbish. Jang Sung-hoon answered with a smile, I can make mixed coffee. 6. Shiyan City in China. Located northwest of Hubei Province, China, it was a huge city with a population of 3.5 million. It had a car factory and Danjiangkou Dam which was once the biggest in Asia. But now the city of Shuryen was not suitable for the big city. There was some of noise a big city had, but the noise was caused by a man doing his best not to be eaten by a monster. There were people who watched the noise from a safe distance. They were soldiers but were not soldiers in military uniforms. Some soldiers were in uniform, but the most noticeable ones were those wearing armor that might have been worn in medieval or ancient China. It was like if the history of China was lined up. The two standing in the very front were women. The 170-centimeter, model-like appearance of the two was very good. They were twins. One of the two said, "I don't understand why we have to fight. All we have to do is drop a nuclear bomb and retrieve the monster stone. It would be better to get caught up in a nuclear explosion than to die by a monster." It was a bloody remark, however, there was no other word from the other twin. Not likely. The answer came from a man wearing a military uniform near the two. "We are here to defend the land of China, not to destroy it." The woman, who had spat out her cruel words, shrugged her shoulders at the short words of the man. "I just said that, Major Chin Shan." Chin Shan with a rank of major looked at the woman smiling at him with cold eyes, then looked at the other twin who did not have any facial expression, and said, "Prepare for the performance." At the words of Major Chin Shan, the woman, who had no facial expression, held the lute in her hand. When her fingers touched the strings of the lute made from old trees, a haze began to gather around the lute. Ting! As soon as the woman's fingers flicked one of the strings of the lute, the haze spread to the surrounding area, and the golden energy began to circulate in the eyes of those who wore armor. The same was true of the eyes of the woman who had spoken harsh words. "Okay." The woman drew a bronze sword from her waistband. Then she shouted, pointing at the city of Shuryen with it. "Attack!" Along with the shout, letters carved with gold began to shine on the surface of the bronze sword. Yuwang Gojien self-use sword. It was the sword of Gojien, made by King Gojien of Yu for his own use. F***ck, damn it. God damn it. A man was walking in the hallway of a dark 5-story building quietly, as there was no light on. He was a filthy man. He didn't know when he had last washed, and skin frozen and torn in cold weather made the man's look even worse. It's really F***ked. His name was Kim Hyun-suk. He was 26 years old this year, and up until a few months ago, he was a man with a handsome face and a slim figure. In addition, he was full of heartwarming expectations for a new world as he got ready for a trip to Europe in 2017. It was December 31, 2016, when his everything changed. A new world had begun. Why the hell did this happen? However, it was not the new world Kim Hyun-suk was waiting for. Suddenly, a monster appeared and the world became hell. The monsters that appeared made food of humans and enjoyed eating them alive more than anything else. The survivors were also the same. Looting, rape, arson. There are even some lunatics eating human flesh. He thought that there would be nothing more like hell than this. But that idea was shattered with the appearance of a furry crocodile. The world is over. The giant furry crocodiles, not one, not dozens, but hundreds of eerie crocodiles began to move around like a tsunami, sweeping through everything. Even in the middle of them was a larger crocodile than the two buses combined. A ridiculous monster with yellow eyes spewing huge flames with its mouth was there. Damn it! Kim Hyun-suk, who had seen the monster, shuddered. He also recalled that he had pissed his pants when he had seen the monster. It's over now. The world is over. In his trembling, an unspeakable wave of despair swept over himself, and in his despair, Kim Hyun-suk was overtaken with the desire to escape this hell. If I lived like this. He thought he would like to face a peaceful death that no one would know about, somewhere in this building. So Kim Hyun-suk started anguishing over the terrible choice. It was a sense of smell that had been made extremely sensitive by hunger for days that stopped his agony, and the soft scent tickled his sensitive nose. Coffee. The smell was coffee. It was a smell he knew well, and something that could not be found anywhere after the monster appeared. Why coffee? Unknowingly, Kim Hyun-suk headed for the place the odor was coming from. His footsteps stopped at an office which used to be a calligraphy institute before the monster appeared. A man was enjoying a coffee under the translucent window in the office, framed in the sunshine that penetrated the window. It was a very peaceful appearance, totally disparate. For Kim Hyun-suk, peace was no longer part of the world. When Kim Hyun-suk saw this scene, he froze. His brain stopped working in this ridiculous situation. The screaming of his stomach woke him up. For a few days, the only thing he had eaten was a lump of snow, and the coffee flavor roused his appetite. Huck! Kim Hyun-suk was most surprised by the loud noise, while the man looked at Kim Hyun-suk in a coolie. Hey, hey, at this moment, the only words that came to mind in Kim Hyun-suk were, "Do you have anything to eat?" There was no such thing as a sense of shame. It had been such a long time ago since he had a proper meal. What he could call food among the things he has recently eaten was a triangle kimbap which had been trampled by someone at a convenience store, where everything else had already been stolen 5 days ago. Please, please. The man looked at him at such a desperate request. The cold eyes of the man met Kim Hyun-suk's eyes. At that moment, Kim Hyun-suk could see that the man in front of him was a monster that was not lacking compared to the most terrible monster he had ever faced. Is he a monster? A monster that looks like a person? Are you a survivor? Yes. Where do you live? Oh, well, at the sudden question, Kim Hyun-suk came up with the answer he had to. Gwangmyeong City. I live in Gwangmyeong City, my name is Kim Hyun-suk, and I am 25, no, 26. The man took a chocolate bar out of the inner pocket of his jacket. Kim Hyun-suk's eyes widened. This is the information fee. I will give you one more if you tell me what happened in Gwangmyeong City, and everything you've seen and heard. 8. It is about 3 meters long, and its exterior appearance is like a crocodile, but it has fur like a wolf instead of armor like leather, and it lives in groups like wolves. A wolf crocodile. Kim Tae-hoon, who finished explaining about the newly appeared monster, looked up at the crowd. Kim Soo-ji, Yang Young-hwan, Lee Soo-young, and Jang Sung-hoon, 4 people looked at their smartphones and had a stiff expression on their faces. And this is the one in the center. 4 people looked at the photo file that had been transferred to their smartphones. In the picture was a wolf crocodile that was too big to be compared to a normal wolf crocodile. Other pictures even showed him breathing out the fire. It was the leader of the wolf crocodiles. There is a mutant wolf crocodile between the leader and the subordinates that is an intermediate boss. It is not externally distinguishable, but it has orange eyes. You should look at the color of their eyes when you're dealing with them. Red and orange grades are different levels. The existence of a mutant wolf crocodile was overshadowed in front of the existence of a flame-spewing crocodile. These 3 kinds of monsters, a total of over 400, are moving toward Bucheon. At the end of the story, Kim Tae-hoon looked at the crowd. No one had spoken to Kim Tae-hoon, or taken their eyes off their smartphones. A very different type from the black snake we dealt with last time. The number of the group is over 400, we almost died just dealing with a crazy black snake. If it comes into Bucheon, there will be some kind of damage. If 400 monsters eat half a human being a day, 20,000 people will be prey in 10 days. Bucheon was lucky. Bucheon was very lucky. The city of Gwangmyeong has only a small population left. They knew that yellow-grade monsters were moving towards Bucheon City, so Kim Tae-hoon moved in person to scout. But they didn't know that the yellow-grade monster was not a single individual like a black snake, but a leader who led a huge crowd. The situation was quite different from the one for the black snake. That was why they couldn't speak. They couldn't talk about it because they were looking for a new solution to deal with the new situation. Do you have any questions or comments? Kim Tae-hoon urged them. The effect was certain. To these people, his words meant more than anyone else. The first one to spit out was Kim Soo-ji. In order to deal with a large number of monsters, there is the only firepower, in the end. What is the current state of our firepower? We are still getting ammunition from the ammunition company. We have ample ammunition, but the problem is we don't have enough guns. Kim Tae-hoon turned his attention to Lee Soo-young. It was her job to get guns and other weapons from the 17th Division. We're working on a route. But now she had few weapons in the subordinate units of the 17th Division. You know that it's a good distance, and it cannot be done in a short period of time, as we have to go over a mountain. There were many reasons. The biggest one was the distance. It was quite a distance, and they had to cross a mountain in between. She would like to bring an armored car to carry the weapons, but the condition of the road did not allow it. She was trying to secure a route to supply and receive weapons, cleaning up the vehicles on the road and removing the surrounding monsters. It was a task that would take time. Of course, I know this is an excuse, and if you give me an order, I'll take risks and get things done quickly. But the situation had changed, and she was willing to do it if she had to do it. The pack of wolf crocodiles approaching now was not monsters that could be killed without suffering damage. A week. For a week, I will stop the wolf crocodiles from approaching, so you'll have to get as many weapons and ammunition as you can. Boss. Jang Sung-hoon asked the cross question directly. How will you make a week? By the speed of their movements, they will be in Bucheon City as early as 2 days, and on the third day, they will be in Bucheon City Hall. It was not easy for anyone to see a group of 400 wolf crocodiles moving at a rapid pace, eating monsters or humans like bulldozers. If there was a way, it would be fantastic for everyone. I will check them out alone. Yes. What? What the hell is that? Everyone made a foolish expression at Kim Tae-hoon's answer. Boss alone? Jang Sung-hoon asked the question, with the narrowed eyes. Is it possible? Kim Tae-hoon nodded lightly instead of answering. The crowd looked dumb again. Major, no matter who you are, you can't stop a group of 400 monsters including the yellow grade one. The lieutenant is right. It is impossible for the boss to do that. Kim Soo-ji and Jang Sung-hoon changed their complexion and spoke to stop Kim Tae-hoon somehow. If this decision came from Kim Tae-hoon's brave spirit and self-sufficiency, the result would be terrible. However, Kim Tae-hoon's decision was never something that rose from a brave spirit and self-sufficiency. The goal of guerrilla warfare, with a few troops in operation, is to kill a large number of people. It was a decision made by cool judgment. There was no choice but to judge it calmly. That's my specialty. That was what Kim Tae-hoon had done. There's no reason for me to get involved in the street battles. Moreover, a city was a world that man made for man, no matter what they say. It meant it was not a world that they made for monsters. Do you have any further opinions? Everyone was silent in the face of Kim Tae-hoon's confidence. 9. A crocodile slid its huge head into the building's door. The sight of it putting its head in was bizarre. It was about 3 meters long and had the same shape as a crocodile, but all over it was not armor like leather, but fur-covered leather reminiscent of a wolf. Its legs were much longer than a crocodile, making it possible to run faster and more stealthily than a crocodile. The wolf crocodile's steps into the building were so quiet that its huge body was meaningless. Slurp. Rather, the sound of a tongue as long as an anteater, coming out of the snout, was louder. It licked the red blood on the floor, and its red eyes began to glow because the blood was still warm. The heat in the cold winter meant that the owner of the blood had just spilled blood. Slurp. As soon as it thought about it, the wolf crocodile began to move along the blood trail without any hesitation, just as Hansel and Gretel in fairy tales followed breadcrumbs. The thing waiting for the wolf crocodile was not bleeding prey, but a man holding a silver thermos with blood dripping out of it. Shriek. Shriek. The wolf crocodile flicked its tongue at the man. It was excited to see prey alive after a long time. That was its last action. Shriek. With a gruesome sound, the wolf crocodile's head rolled on the floor, still sticking out its tongue. Srong. The sword that cut the head off the wolf crocodile in a single stroke went back into the sheath on the back of Kim Tae-hoon. At the same time, he filled the thermos with the blood pouring from the body of the wolf crocodile. The hot blood filled the thermos. Kim Tae-hoon closed its lid, cut through the wolf crocodile's stomach, ripped the monster stone from its heart and put it in his mouth. The last act of the hunt was to renew the number of wolf crocodiles he had killed today. This is the 11th. 11, the moment he remembered the number, a memory from 2 years ago came to mind. 2 years ago, Kim Tae-hoon was in Syria. When ISIS appeared in the land of Syria, which was ravaged by civil war, countries around the world dispatched special forces to counter it. Kim Tae-hoon and his men were the same. They were sent to Syria after being disguised as mercenaries under orders. Their instructions were as follows: kill as many IS agents as possible in the city. Their purpose was to keep the IS agents from escaping the city in fear after the death of their colleagues, and it was to earn the time needed to perform operations elsewhere. Kim Tae-hoon completed the order surprisingly well. In other words, he killed so many people that they would call Kim Tae-hoon a monster, despite not even knowing his name. Not much different from then. What Kim Tae-hoon did now was not much different from what he had done in Syria 2 years ago, either. He was removing the wolf crocodiles outside the pack to hunt for food. The method worked well enough. A group of simple monsters would have ignored it. However, the group of wolf crocodiles was not just a pack but had a hierarchy. In addition, the reason why the group of wolf crocodiles moved was that they were forced to move by the green-grade monster. They had no choice but to be sensitive to changes around them, and be careful. In fact, the number of wolf crocodiles searching increased, and the speed they were traveling slowed down. It was evident that they were alert. But they were literally alert, not in fear. Therefore, it was necessary for him to instill that fear in order to slow their feet, just like he had done against ISIS 2 years ago in Syria. In the end, Kim Tae-hoon would tell the group of wolf crocodiles and its leader, even though they could not speak, "This is my territory." The Sungkyungho University Stadium in Guro District, Seoul. KRR. It was now a place of nightmare. Hundreds of wolf crocodiles, covered with fur like wolves, filled the grounds. The wolf crocodiles were eating there. Their meal was also like a nightmare. The sound of them eating their prey alive using the strength of their powerful jaws was more terrible than anyone could imagine. Aark. The screaming of humans being eaten was the wonderful background sound of such a nightmare. Save me, please, please. Of course, the background sound did not last long. 3 wolf crocodiles bit the head, body, and legs of a human who was still alive and crying much more eagerly. Crunch. The man who prayed for God disappeared with the sound of bones crunching, a snack for the belly of the wolf crocodiles, becoming a meal. The scene was repeated all over the place. Screams broke out, bodies were crushed, and there was a gruesome sound. The peak of the nightmare was a huge crocodile coiled in the center of the playground. Far. The crocodile with yellow eyes spat out the bright red flame through its mouth and nose every time it breathed. It was the boss of the hundreds of wolf crocodiles, the flame-spewing crocodile. It was a tyrant that not only monsters, but even its own pack of wolf crocodiles were afraid to meet its eyes. It didn't seem very happy now. It had a land which was full of food and the food was rich enough for its pack to eat every day. In addition, it made a lot of efforts to defend its land. It destroyed the wandering monsters that broke into its land, and it went directly to the monsters who challenged its own stronghold and burned them with bites. But it lost the land one morning, because of an unknown change of heart of a monster that it could not approach. Without knowing the reason, the flame-spewing crocodile had to lose the land and start a journey to find a new home, with the hundreds of its pack. It was angry because an unidentified monster had emerged and had gone hunting its pack. It was not even a hunting for hunger but as a warning to the flame-spewing crocodile. This is my territory. Don't come in. I'll kill you all when you come in. The mere thought of it made the flame-spewing crocodile tremble with anger, and it could not tolerate the provocation. So the flame-spewing crocodile waited. It hoped it would have the time to find the damned bastard and bite him. Kia! A wolf crocodile came over the flame-spewing crocodile eagerly. The wolf crocodile with orange pupils was not much different from other wolf crocodiles in appearance. It came to the flame-spewing crocodile, racing over the bodies of wolf crocodiles tightly packed in the Sungkyungho University Stadium. It carefully set the skull in its jaws in front of the flame-spewing crocodile. The moment it saw the skull, the coiled body of flame-spewing crocodile uncoiled itself. It raised its huge body, stood upright on its legs, and let out a roar with flames toward the sky. Gu. The southern intersection of Yeokgak Station. The time on the wide road, which is visible right from the station, was suspended at December 31, 2016. By that time, the cars that filled the road were lying in a pile without their owners, and the snow that had fallen on them was piled up and frozen hard. Bang! A group of 300 wolf crocodiles moved past the stopped clock. Bang, bang! The wolf crocodiles on the road were better suited than ever to the word rush. They smashed into everything in front of them, knocking them away and making a path. It was like a river of fur running by. Nothing seemed to stop the wolf crocodile group from rushing on. It was a huge bone that stopped the rush of the wolf crocodile group, which seemed unlikely to stop. It was obviously the head of a snake, but its size was such that it could not be called a snake. The wolf crocodiles, who were terrified in front of the skull, retreated in horror, rather than rushing by. Even though it was only a skull, the wolf crocodiles were instinctively aware. The owner of this skull was a monster equal to their leader. Of course, they could not be afraid of just bones. What was dead, and in a world of the law of the jungle, even the most frightening being was nothing if it was only bones. Their fear was for the skull's owner who made the black snake into this shape. Moreover, the skull was a warning. It was a warning that everything approaching this territory would exactly turn to this. Naturally, fear began to spread among the pack of wolf crocodiles. Thud. It was the flame-spewing crocodile that trampled on that fear without mercy. The flame-spewing crocodile, which was at the rear of the group, went ahead loudly in front of the group. The flame-spewing crocodile didn't advance quietly. No, rather, it took each step with all its might, as if it were kicking its feet louder. The footsteps shook the earth, and also broke the fear spread among the wolf crocodiles. Very quickly, the flame-spewing crocodile, standing in front of the skull of the black snake, raised its body. The flame-spewing crocodile standing on its legs shut its mouth tightly. Its body began to swell up. The moment it opened its mouth, a huge blast of fire burst forth and began burning the skull of the black snake. Quaya. It was a declaration of war, to kill the owner of this land and take the position itself. Fire. The owners of this land were willing to accept the declaration of war. Boom. The battle has begun. Kim Tae-hoon said, "I'll give you a week." However, he failed to keep the promise exactly. He earned 10 days, 3 more than a week. Of course, it was enough to get a supply ammunition and weapons. Fire. Fire. It was even enough to recruit soldiers to deal with such secured firepower. Boom, boom, boom. The recruited soldiers' memories of more than 2 years in active service were clearly drawn. 10 days was enough time to choose the stage and decorate it with all the preparations made. Of course, the Mac Guild did not refuse to declare war on the flame-spewing crocodile. As soon as the crocodile spewed flames toward the black snake's skull, the artillery units of Mac Guild, who were waiting, immediately began firing. The launch of the artillery came down on the pack of wolf crocodiles. Kaya. The tough fur of the wolf crocodile was worthless in front of artillery fire. The wolf crocodile began to blow apart. It was an attack that a group of wolf crocodile had never encountered. It was also the first counterattack that the artillery, who were constantly loading shells into a 60mm mortar, had experienced so far. Fire! Fire! That's why the artillery, who were shouting to answer the command with the order, cried out, pressing down against the unceasing roar of shells bursting out. You, **king monsters, all go to hell. It was the soldiers who would use the weapons that the Mac Guild had secured while gathering weapons and ammunition for rifles, machine guns, and mortars. At first, there was some concern. There were very few people who went to war because they liked it. It was very dangerous for the public, who were not awakeners, to fight against the monsters. They thought that there would be applicants, but they didn't think there would be too many. But that concern disappeared as soon as the recruitment began. Applicants poured in. Most of the male survivors had undergone the military draft. It was the obligation of all Korean men. However, it wasn't a reason to apply for the position. It was to vent their anger about not even being able to make a frantic last-ditch effort, rather than counterattacking after the monsters appeared. Wow! Right, I didn't miss the target. I'll kill one more for sure. So they were serious. No one tried to be lazy or skip out on training somehow, as they had done in the military service. Regardless of age, the volunteers from the artillery tried to recall the memories and the knowledge they had learned in the military service as much as possible. They showed their will to survive. Kia! And it was the same with the wolf crocodiles exposed to repeated bombardment. The wolf crocodiles came here to survive, too. They did not intend to be vulnerable. Above all, the leader of the wolf crocodiles, the flame-spewing crocodile, was still standing on both legs during this bombardment. Goo! The flame-spewing crocodile's cry exploded. The cry changed the whole situation in a flash. Kia! As soon as the wolf crocodiles heard the cry, they started to run again, ignoring the shells. At the same time, the endless bombardment coming down stopped. Oh! Fear. The fear of the flame-spewing crocodile was an irresistible attack to the public, and the behavior of those who constantly put the shell into the cannon shells stopped like a broken doll and began to distort. Some of them flopped down and suffered from a spasm, bubbling at the mouth while lying on the ground. Retreat! Retreat! At that moment, the awakeners began to load the artillery into the prepared vehicle, and they were about to leave the area with them, after being exposed to the fear and unable to do anything. But not everyone was ready to run away. Rather, at this moment there were those who chewed and swallowed the pill that made them resistant to the fear, and waited for the wolf crocodiles to come. They were in the most dangerous place to buy time for their colleagues to escape, holding the claymore triggers in their hands. Even though they had the pill that would increase their resistance to the fear, their bodies were trembling in fear of the flame-spewing crocodile, but nonetheless, they did not take their eyes off the wolf crocodiles. They waited, and pushed the triggers. Explode! Bam bam bam! The rain of iron beads began to pour into the front of the wolf crocodiles that were rushing wildly down the road without seeing anything. Kia! Their power was frightening. The wolf crocodiles running in front quickly became a pile of dead bodies. Even eerier was that the wolf crocodiles did not stop rushing forward after pushing the bodies of their fellows out of the way. King monsters. We've been ready and then attacked, now we're going to be chased. The earlier gunfire was no longer heard anywhere. The situation had turned. The flame-spewing crocodile was now walking down the path created by the wild rush of the wolf crocodiles. It was getting ready to smash, chomp, and burn with flames the enemies that were trying to run away. Shriek. A sword made a long cut on the hide of the flame-spewing crocodile that was not be hurt by the artillery. It prevented the rush of the flame-spewing crocodile. The cut was so painful that its yellow eyes flashed, and it began to look around. Ka! But its eyes, which scanned everywhere, could not find the culprit that hurt its body. It was not possible to find him, since Kim Tae-hoon, the main culprit it was looking for, was floating above its head. It's been a long time since I shot this against a living thing. Probably 4 years. While holding a Panzerfaust III, an anti-tank rocket launcher, on his shoulder. On December 31, 2016, mankind first encountered the monsters. Therefore, mankind did not know that monsters were stronger and more clever than they thought, and humans did not know anything about monsters. Kim Tae-hoon was the same. It was in the battle with the Black Snake that he keenly felt it. He did not know that the Black Snake was so strong and clever, and he faced it with only the sword and the power of his telekinesis. The result? He almost died. He was lucky to survive, and the battle with the Black Snake was a mess from beginning to end. He had no desire to repeat that same mistake against the flame-spewing crocodile. I need more definite and thorough investigation and inquiry. So he studied. He could not dissect the flame-spewing crocodiles, so he dug into the habits, behavior patterns, and body structure of a wolf crocodile similar to it. I need a new manual. He tried something new that could be done with telekinesis. It was not enough to use his telekinesis to handle weapons freely. It was necessary to make some of the infinite possibilities of the telekinesis into a certain ability for himself, not just a possibility. Of course, time was limited, so he had to choose one of the possibilities. The firepower is sufficient, and I need a way to use it, accurately and surely. The way he finally chose was levitation. If I could fly in the air, then I could fight like a combat helicopter. It would be an unlimited battle in space. If he, who had a strong enough level of firepower from the supplies of the ammunition company and the subordinate units of the 17th Division, could fly in the sky, he could be compared to a combat helicopter, in fact. It was not easy, of course. If he could have levitated every time he decided to do with his telekinesis, he would have done it earlier. But his troubles were not for long. I'll do it anyway. There was no choice. If he did it, he would survive, or he would die. So he did it. Pushu. He pulled the trigger on the Panzerfaust III, while standing in the sky. The purpose of anti-tank rockets was not to shatter tanks. A huge anti-tank rocket mounted on a combat helicopter could do that, but you could not hope for that much firepower on an anti-tank rocket used by the infantry. A tank is not just a moving mass of steel, it is like a small fortress. If an infantryman could have completely destroyed such a tank with a rocket launcher on his shoulder, no country would have made a tank costing $5 million per unit. Because of this, anti-tank rockets focused on penetration, not destruction. The first goal is to make a hole in the surface of the tanks, whose steel armor was more than just thick. The shell with a protruding snout, just like a stork, used by Panzerfaust III was the focus of this purpose. Pushu. The shell was fired in a burst. The target was the flame-spewing crocodile. Kr. It only noticed the presence of the shell after the stork end had already touched its body. Boom. Boom. There was a loud explosion. But, it was not just an explosion. As the explosive force of the bomb exploded in front of the target, it was compressed into a stream like a water pressure cutter, and it pierced its tough skin like a pointed spear. Ka! Its scream rang out. Kim Tae-hoon smiled bitterly, looking at the scene with black eyes. I can't even laugh. It was definitely a severe wound, but it was not a fatal blow to send the flame-spewing crocodile to death at once. The scream was just for pain, not death throes. It was hit by a rocket with the power to break through the surface of a tank, but it was only wounded badly. Kim Tae-hoon, who knew the power of modern weapons and had even fired a Panzerfaust III against a living human, had no choice but to smile bitterly. But the bitter laugh was not long, and he was not disappointed. Instead of being disappointed, he held the Panzerfaust III in his right hand and used his left hand to pull a grenade out of his waistband. Ting! The safety clip of the grenade was thrown off by itself, and the safety pin immediately followed. He threw it lightly toward the huge mouth of the crocodile struggling in pain. The moment I hear the explosion, I will move. At the same time, Kim Tae-hoon thought of a sword coveting the blood of any target at any time, waiting for his command at this moment. Bang! He heard the grenade go off. Barung! As soon as they were exposed to the fear, cars carrying the paralyzed artillerymen started running along the cleanly maintained road. Thud! 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 The pack of wolf crocodiles began to run like crazy to catch the cars fleeing before them. Kia! Kia! During the chase that began, some of the wolf crocodiles moved towards something they felt in the buildings near the road. Some of the wolf crocodiles with keen senses did not miss out on the presence of those hiding in the building to buy time, including the claymore explosion. The first thing that the wolf crocodiles that came into the building encountered was a huge fire that an awakener blew out of his mouth. Foo-foo. The fire instantly engulfed the bodies of the two wolf crocodiles that entered the entrance carelessly. Kaya. Two wolf crocodiles were screaming at the fire that had stuck to their fur and the terrible pain that it produced. The pain was not over there. Throw. Two water balloons flew in from the distance, which the awakener who blew out. The balloon burst upon contact with the bodies of the wolf crocodiles writhing crazily in the fire, and it soaked the wolf crocodiles with what they were carrying inside. Whoosh! The blazing flames made it clear that what was inside the balloons was not water. It was lighter oil. The water-mixed lighter oil burned the skins of the wolf crocodiles. Kaya. As the two wolf crocodiles who had become fireballs were fussing at the entrance, a new wolf crocodile appeared. It met the most terrible death. Crunch. A giant hammer that struck it like a lightning bolt shattered its head in a single stroke. Acha! The man who had killed the wolf crocodile in one blow was Bang Hyun-wook. Except for Kim Tae-hoon, he had the highest rank of energy in the Mac Guild, and he escaped the fear of the flame-spewing crocodile faster than anyone else. At the same time, the energy of the struggle to overcome the fear forced him to energize his whole body. He felt as if he were high on some drug. Above all, there was no hesitation in his eyes anymore. Come on. Come on. Let's make a new movie here today. Come on. Bang Hyun-wook was not the only one not hesitating. In the building next to the road, a few awakeners were ready to launch a street war against the wolf crocodiles, and there was little hesitation among them. Of course, there was a reason. Tutu, tutu. Fire. Do not spare it. Keep firing. They had a powerful weapon, a gun. We can eat if we kill them all. Kill another one. Here is the one with orange eyes. They had received sweet permission to take all the things they killed. Of course, the biggest reason was something else. Oh, my God. What happened? It's down, it's down. Kim Tae-hoon was here, and they were bound to win this battle. The shell of the Panzerfaust created a deep wound on the back of the flame-spewing crocodile. Of course, it screamed. This scream was not to create fear, but a naive, painful one. Ka. By the time the scream began to turn into a fear full of anger, a grenade came into the giant's snout, was caught in its throat, and then exploded. Bang! The explosion was not loud, so it was even more frightening. The intense explosion had only hovered in its throat. The explosion took its voice for a while. It also took away its sense and reason. Its brain shook inside its skull, and all 5 senses were panicked for a moment by intense sound and shock. In such upheaval, a reason could not play a role. At that moment, all it could do was to lower its posture and crouch down like an armadillo. It was a filthy, miserable thing to do, but it was the only thing it could do instinctively. Kim Tae-hoon hurt its back with the shell on what was called the wing bone, not the other place. As I expected, it has the same reaction as a wolf crocodile. He tested the wolf crocodiles several times to see what instinctive action they took to survive when they were in crisis or seriously wounded. He now knew that if a sudden attack was fatal, it would coil and crouch with its body as low as possible, like a snake. So, he hurt its back. If it crouched, the wounds there would be open. At the same time, he dissected a wolf crocodile and was able to gauge where its heart was. The wound would be open, and beyond that, its heart would be beating. It would be pounding even more violently to live. A sword struck down in a lightning-like strike to stop that beat. It's down. The captain did it. The soldier holding the receiver of the wired radio reported to Jang Sung-hoon with a bright smile. However, Jang did not smile brightly as soon as he heard the report. Instead, he told the wire carrier, "Get the situation under control, send a search party to check the surrounding monsters, and then count the number of the victims and notify the hospital." "Yes, sir." Jang Sung-hoon, who gave the order, recalled the rank on his uniform at that moment. Corporal. That was his rank. He was a low rank. And that rank has not changed much, even now. Of course, the Mac Guild was not an army, so rank was useless and meaningless. But even so, it was certainly funny that he had virtually the right of command now. So the lower-ranked ones look forward to war, and when war breaks out, if they survive, they can be generals, regardless of ranks. The humor that started it did not last long. His expression firmed up. Whatever his rank was, it was all right. What was important was that he should now serve as a staff officer. It was time to worry about the settlement of victory, not the cheers for victory like a staff officer. Boss is now a ridiculous monster, firing an anti-tank rocket while levitating, throwing grenades. He is an Apache helicopter. In fact, he thought this battle would be very difficult. Even though they had far more powerful firepower than they had when they had faced the Black Snake, the enemy was also leading hundreds of monsters, unlike the time of the Black Snake. Moreover, the presence of fear was very threatening. No matter how strong the firepower was, everything would be neutralized when exposed to the fear. In addition, an army of ordinary people in front of monsters was like a candlelight in front of a wind. Well, the easier the better. But the battle ended more easily than he thought. If he thinks about the reason, it was because of the full preparation, but the fundamental reason was Kim Tae-hoon. Kim was willing to make the experience and lessons learned in the battle with the Black Snake his own. He's great. And he would be stronger again from today, because he would eat the monster stone of the flame-spewing crocodile and gain new power and strength. Furthermore, it was the way Kim Tae-hoon chose to survive. Therefore, Jang Sung-hoon was able to easily predict Kim's next option. Rather, Kim Hyun-suk. Kim Hyun-suk was lucky enough to find Kim Tae-hoon, the luck of the heaven. He was able to become a survivor, not a victim. At the price of a cup of ramen and some instant rice, he confessed everything he had seen and heard in Gwangyang City, and what he knew. There was a great deal of information he had given. The factory that makes solar power plants is located in Gwangyang City. There was a factory in Gwangyang City, which produced solar power plants and was quite large. It was a fact that the public did not know. If they were interested in it, you would not be the public. Of course, neither Kim nor Jang knew. None of the survivors knew that. We must secure it. That's why it was even more valuable information. The information was valuable enough to change the future of Mac Guild and survivors. Without electricity, you could not use the technology of civilization. But if you steadily collected electricity through solar power plants, the quality of life and the probability of survival would increase significantly. Therefore, Kim Tae-hoon would have made their next goal securing a solar power plant. We have to secure it definitely, but there is a problem. The problem was that there was a green-grade monster in Gwangyang City now. In fact, Jang would not go to Gwangyang City. It would be a suicidal act to enter a monster den they knew nothing about, only that it was different from the monsters they had been dealing with. But Kim Tae-hoon would go, as he knew that he could not avoid the danger of it coming, by closing his eyes. I know what it feels like to have Superman as my boss. Jang shook his head, took out Didanjiojito again, and looked at the area of Gwangyang City. He was frightened at that moment. Where did it go? The advent of monsters destroyed the civilization of mankind in a moment. In such a land where civilization was destroyed, humans became beasts and monsters. Spare me. So was Gwangyang. The sudden emergence of monsters brought down everything. Electricity was cut off, communications paralyzed, and gas and oil, which enriched and warmed mankind, became fuel for burning mankind. Those who survived barely or luckily in such a world became monsters to survive. What is it? A man. I thought you were a girl because you are slim, but you are a man. *T, I have lost my strength. Oh, you son of a b*tch, if you get caught meekly. How dare you run away? 4 men surrounded a man in the cold, desolate forest of buildings. I'm sorry, please spare me. It was not difficult to understand what the situation was like. And it was not difficult to predict what would happen in the future, either. One of the 4 men kicked the head of the man who had fallen on the ground with their military boots, like kicking a soccer ball. Cuck! The man screamed and tumbled over. It was the poor, pathetic scene, but the man, who had kicked him rather than feeling sorry for him, trampled over the man's pathetic chest with his foot like he was trying to break his ribs. Puck! The scrawny man curled up in pain and fear. The 4 men began to talk, looking at the man under their feet. You look like a real girl. Damn, I ran like crazy, as I wanted to taste you. What shall we do? Should we just kill him here? Just kill him, and we can't even use him even if we get him to the hideout anyway, can we? We can't rape him. Maybe there's someone who likes him. Isn't that what you like? What do you think I am? Be quiet, we'll all be done if the monster comes after hearing the noise. The man, who was in a frightening conversation, forced himself to speak in a breathless situation. Spare me. But it had a negative effect. One of the other men frowned at the man who somehow squeezed out his voice and was begging for his life again and again. Why don't we pull his tongue first, since he is so noisy? The man begging for his life shut his mouth at the eerie warning. There was a moment of silence. It was thanks to the silence. Because of the sudden silence, they could hear another man around, who quickly approached their vicinity. Who is it? The man's appearance was unique. He was wearing a dark blue suit with a black leather guard and vest, and he looked like a member of a police SWAT team. But he was not a member of a SWAT team, and there were many differences from a policeman. What he was carrying on his back was the most eye-catching. He was carrying something that anyone could see was a sword. If it had been before civilization had collapsed, he would have looked like a costume player, or an actor in a drama or a movie. In addition, it was not abnormal in a city of lawlessness where civilization had collapsed. That was why everyone was nervous. A strange-looking man in such attire would only have made their eyes frown before civilization collapsed, but now they did not know what the strange-looking man in the outfit would do. Who are you? One of the men asked. Instead of answering the sound, the man raised the thing he was holding in his hand. Then he tapped it lightly with his left hand. Click. It was a K5 pistol that chambered with a click, instead of replying. Goo gun. CR crazy. They didn't see it when they looked at it from afar, but as soon as they heard the loading sound, the 4 men knew that it was a gun and began to retreat in horror. The fact that there was nothing they could do with the 4 of them in front of a gun, was not something they should have experienced. Only one of them remembered what he should say in front of the gun. We belong to Messiah. Messiah. It was a kind of frantic attempt. At the threat, the man holding a gun made a slight frown on his brow. He seemed to know the word Messiah. Is that why? That kind of frantic attempt became a threat immediately. If you touch us, our organization will not stay still. Yes. If you touch us, you'll die. No less childish, it was really a threat worse than kindergarten children would do. But unexpectedly, the front-facing gun was lowered. Did it work? We're saved. At the same time, the four men breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. And one of them saw the eyes of the man who had pointed the gun at them go black. Ping. At the same time, 3 out of the 4 men who made sighs of relief fell to the ground with the sound of whipping wind. Thud. They fell with a hole the size of a small finger in their temples, vomiting a mixture of the brain water and the blood out through the hole. Huck. As soon as the remaining one recognized this, he pissed his pants, gasping in fear. Messiah. I guess that's where the naming sense of survivors is. The man with the gun, Kim Tae-hoon, put the gun into the holster on his right thigh when he spat out a word through his bitter laugh. Then he approached the man who had collapsed after losing strength in his legs. He said, I have a question. The man answered in a mournful voice, spare me. Choi Ki-soon was a survivor of the monster outbreak. There were 2 ways that survivors of the monster outbreak could survive: kill monsters or kill people. He was the latter. He gathered people together and lived with the people who gathered in the world of lawlessness as an outlaw. Rape, looting, murder. They committed the most atrocious crimes that would have justified the revival of the death sentence, if the Korean judicial body was still existing. No, they did more than just eating, because eating after the monster outbreak was more difficult than anything else. Those who survived in the lawless city and enjoyed lawlessness began to gather in one place. That was how the Messiah group was born, which plundered their own race, not monsters, to survive in the monster world. It was a group that used all kinds of means and methods to survive, rather than teaching means and methods. That's all I know. Please, spare me. Choi Ki-soon, a member of such a Messiah, became a mild sheep in the face of death. I will not forget this grace if you save me. I will never be bad again. I will be good. He made a commitment that would be childish. A short memory of 3 days ago passed through Kim Tae-hoon's mind, as he looked at Choi. The starting point of the memory was the moment when Kim won the victory against the flame-spewing crocodile and swallowed its monster stone in return for becoming the winner. Boss, it's an emergency. When Kim ate the monster stone and everyone in the Mac Guild flocked around and shouted like thunder at their win, Jang Sung-hoon appeared with a grim expression. The green-grade monster has disappeared from the map. He spread his expression to Kim with only a few words. The one in Gwangmyeong City. At the moment of hearing that, there was no such thing as victory in Kim's mind anymore. Immediately after breaking through the door of a nearby coffee shop, he heard more details from Jang there. The green light that was located in Gwangmyeong City suddenly disappeared. The time needed to look at Didangyojido was not so long. After that, Jang told Kim the number of cases he assumed. It has either a good skill to disappear from the map, or it moved out of the searchable range at a tremendous speed. Or someone else hunted him. I guess it's one of these 3 things. 3 possibilities. However, there was only one option that Kim could choose for those 3 cases: to quickly enter Gwangmyeong City and look at the situation. It was a natural move. If a green-grade monster had the ability to disappear from the map, it meant that they could not deal with it using only Didangyojido, and the solid castle Mac Guild had built could become a sand castle overnight. Of course, they had to take a risk and investigate. If it had fled, he had to check it out, because he had to secure the solar power plant in Gwangmyeong City, and do a preliminary search before that. There is nothing strange about having a stronger awakener than me, because each awakener has a different rank of ability at the beginning, and if he has a strong relic. Finally, if an awakener had destroyed the green-grade monster, he also needed confirmation. Maybe he is the one who killed me in the future. The existence of an awakener who could remove a green-grade monster in a short time could be more dangerous than a green-grade monster. So, Kim entered Gwangmyeong City after preparing immediately. That was 3 days ago. In the meantime, Kim explored and searched Gwangmyeong City as secretly as possible. He avoided fighting with monsters and contact with survivors. A little while ago, Kim was convinced that at present, there was no green-grade monster in Gwangmyeong City, nor was any awakener expected to have killed it. That was why Kim showed up now. Really, I'll be really nice if you spare me. After returning to reality after the recollection, Kim looked at Choi, who had become a mild sheep seeking mercy in front of himself. Looking at him, Kim made a slight nod. You may go. At the gesture, which was not too much to say for the world, Choi jumped out of his crouch. Thank you very much. Choi, who became free as such, seemed not to be relieved and stayed guarded, slowly moving away from him. After getting far enough away, he started to run away hard, muttering softly of his resolution. You're dead, you son of a b*tch. Kim Tae-hoon did not even look at Choi. Hey. The man, who had been hurt by the four and who had barely stopped his bloody nose, was sitting quietly in the corner near Kim. He was a slender, thin man with a womanly build and lines that could be mistaken for a woman from a distance. You can't let him go. Even his voice was reedy thin. He said in a thin voice, if you let him go, he will get revenge on you. He will bring in a group called Messiah and surely punish you. Some of Messiah's men have guns. At the warning, Kim checked his watch on his left-hand wrist before answering and replied bluntly, I know. There was no threat to Kim. In other words, the most dangerous factor in Gwangmyeong City was Kim, and he did not want to shirk from this danger. That's why I let him go. I'll have to talk to you now. Tell me everything you know. Kim did not want to give endless mercy to the fragile man in front of him. Kim was also a man willing to become a monster to survive in a world dominated by monsters. Gwangmyeong Industrial High School. It was now used as a hideout of the Messiah, located right next to empty Dodok. Of course, the conversations there were always nasty things, from boasting of forced rape to competing with the number of people they had killed. It was a den of the devils in human form. Now it was full of tension. He had a gun. Yes, he was definitely holding a pistol. Not a revolver. Choi, tell me straight. Was that a real pistol? Are you sure you were not wrong? The starting point of tension was Choi. Having survived thanks to the mercy of the monster, Kim, he returned to the hideout with all his speed, and then went to the executive and spat out everything. The fact that Choi spat out was enough to make the Messiah executives gather in one place even late at night. No, it was clear. It was a pistol. You're making us sick. The first reason was that Choi's opponent used a pistol, not a revolver. Where did he get the pistol? The police armory usually has automatic rifles, but no pistols. Normal cops usually used revolvers for many reasons. First, the first shot could be loaded with blank ammunition, but if they used a normal pistol, they would have to reload it after using a blank. Second, Korean police do not use a gun in most circumstances. Therefore, in Korea, pistols that are not revolvers are used in two places, the army, or the police commando units, such as the special forces and the police. Did he get it from the army? It was clear that wherever he brought it, it was associated with a group with different firepower than the general police. But you said that he didn't shoot. Hey, Choi. Explain it again. How did the kids die? Well, the moment he dropped the gun muzzle, a sound of the wind suddenly came and everyone fell to the ground with a hole in their temples. The sound of the wind. Explain it correctly, not a stupid explanation. That was the sound of the wind. Shiik, shu. That kind of sound. He had killed 3 people in an instant with a weapon other than a gun. He must be a superhuman, damn it. It made the Messiah executives more nervous than the fact that he had used a pistol. They couldn't help but notice that some of the men with the marks on the back of their right hands had superhuman abilities. Does he use telekinesis like the captain? One of them was the head of the Messiah, Lee Ji-seop. But can the captain do that with telekinesis in an instant? Ha-il-hyun, can I show you if I can or can't? Ha. Sorry. Lee Ji-seop. He was quite young, sitting on the only fluffy principal chair in the teacher's room, and he looked like a college freshman, never more than mid-20s. He was a quiet-looking man. I'm quiet these days, so do I look funny? Ha. No. But he was never a kind man. Would a kind man be the head of a wicked herd called the Messiah? He was a cruel and mean man. The world was on its last stage, and there was no more entertainment in the world. Since he was ruthless and evil, he enjoyed bringing people into torture as entertainment. In the basement of their hideout of Gwangmyeong Industrial High School, dozens of corpses of those who had been killed by Lee were waiting for spring and summer to come. Of course, he did not become a leader just because he was ruthless and evil. Hey, Ha-il-hyun, do you want me to drill a hole in your head? Along with the words, the revolver in Lee's pocket floated into the air and pointed at a man named Ha-il-hyun. Ha's expression was unseen, for in the teacher's room they were talking, only 2 flashlights were flashing instead of a light. They could see how frightened he was by the constant trembling of the flashlight in his hand. I'm sorry. Everybody, stay with me. How long are you going to repeat the same story? Are you here to do that? What we need is to find him and find a way to kill him. With the words, Lee grabbed his own gun, which he had made fly with telekinesis, and withdrew it. His expression was serious. King Hell. It was not a look for just this situation. There's been some crazy stuff happening since a few days ago. Strange things have been happening in Gwangmyeong City over the last 15 days. Monsters hiding all over the city began to run away like crazy. Of course, it made it easier for survivors to act. That's why people, who are not even superhumans like Choi Ki-soon, and who didn't have a gun, were able to hunt human beings openly. But Lee knew that this was not a good sign. Everything went wrong when the special forces came to Gwangmyeong Sajori Station about 15 days ago. Above all, Lee saw that people, who dressed as special forces, appeared around Gwangmyeong Sajori Station. It wasn't like a rescue team. If they were a rescue team, they would try to find survivors, but instead, they appeared at night when survivors kept quiet. Crucially, they entered Gwangmyeong Sajori Station without any hesitation. What did they do? Then suddenly the monsters began to make a fuss. Should I have run away then? In fact, he tried to escape then, because Lee Ji-seop, who had already committed a lot of crimes, would be the first to be executed when the military or police were in place. However, after that, the monsters in Gwangmyeong City disappeared, so he remained. Without a monster, he would be the boss of Gwangmyeong City. Now, again, a strange one appeared. Damn it. Lee was so concerned that he could not even participate in this conversation now. Then the door of the teacher's room opened loudly. What is it? The door opened and everyone who was talking turned their heads naturally toward the noise. But there was nothing in the doorway. Instead, the sound of the wind came through the open window. Surprised by the sudden cold wind, people turned their heads again. Only 2 out of 6 people in the teacher's room could turn their heads away from the door after the cold wind came in. Thud. The other 4 fell to the floor as they were, dripping blood out of the holes in their heads. Ah! One of the 2 survivors, Choi Ki-soon, screamed at the man floating by the window of the teacher's room on the 2nd floor. He. Instead of screaming, Lee jumped up and tried to point the revolver in his hand toward the dark thing over the window. Arg! But Lee could not. His arm pointed to the ceiling, not his front, as if an invisible line had caught his right wrist and pulled it away. It's him. Lee was well aware that it was telekinesis, and thanks to that, he knew who had appeared now. Kim Tae-hoon. He appeared. 4. Kim Tae-hoon knew the psychology of a criminal group better than anyone else. They were like cockroaches. When an individual is threatened, the threatened individual heads to the hideout and begins a plot to survive. Therefore, it was not very effective to deal with what you first see when you clean up a criminal group. Kim also knew what he had to do to get what he wanted from criminals. Answer the question. Go nuts, you son of a b*tch, just kill me. Tui. Lee, who was holding both arms high above him, not one arm, spat at Kim Tae-hoon before him defiantly. The spit touched Kim's cheek. Kim wiped the spit lightly. After wiping the spit, he closed his mouth tightly. Then he also spat on Lee Ji-seop. Tui. However, what Kim spat was different from Lee's spit. It was not saliva, but a small fireball. So the fire that Kim spat stuck to Lee's cheek. Arg. The pain of his skin melting through drew a huge scream from Lee's mouth, and shook the teacher's room. The fire did not go out. It was gradually expanding its area by nibbling away Lee's skin. Arg, arg. Arg. At this burning pain, Lee's bloody poisonous eyes filled with fear quickly. The fire extinguisher Kim brought from the corner of the teacher's room saved Lee. The extinguishing powder coated Lee's face. Cough, cough dash, Lee gasped in the extinguishing powder. Kim stood in front of Lee with the fire extinguisher. 47. It is the number of your men who were deployed here, and the number I removed. Lee laughed at the remark. Don't talk rubbish, just kill me, if you don't want to get spit on again. Tui. At that moment, Kim once again spat at Lee. The saliva touched Lee's eyelids, which were stained with the extinguishing powder. Arg. In this sudden situation, Lee recalled the pain he had suffered a moment ago, and now he was screaming, imagining his eyes burning. But there was no pain. Kim's spit was normal saliva. If you don't want to get spit on again, keep in mind what I say. When I ask a question, if I don't get an answer in 3 seconds, if you roll your eyes for 3 seconds, or if your answer is different for the same question, I'll spit on your eyes. Lee could no longer muster any malice in his words. He, who had a keen intuition, knew that Kim would not let him live, the man in front of him had no intention of sparing him. And he realized why Kim had mentioned the number of his men. 47. Some of them were guards who monitored the basement. They were guarding the place where the bodies of Lee had dumped after playing with them were collected. Of course, he'd seen the bodies there. What happened in Gwangmyeong City 3 days ago? Nothing dash. So at this moment, Lee adjusted himself to this situation. I'm sure something happened in Gwangmyeong City 3 days ago. Nothing really happened. It was rather quiet. I couldn't see the monsters either. So what happened about 15 days ago? That's dash, Lee looked as if he had been stabbed. On the other hand, Kim counted calmly. 1, 2 dash. Special Forces. Special Forces entered Gwangmyeong Sejori Station. That's all I know. Time. Day or night? Night, late night. How many? I don't know, but I think there were more than 10 people dash. What happened after that? Monsters suddenly began to move, and the monsters have been greatly reduced in town dash. At that moment, a revolver slowly began to float into the air, owned by a member of the Messiah who now had a hole in his head. Lee Ji-seop had started using his own telekinesis. You're dead. That's why he complied with the attitude. Now he knew that Kim would not spare him, and he had to kill Kim to live. Of course, the moment he grabbed the gun and pointed it at Kim, he tried to pull the trigger without hesitation. Tui. However, Kim's saliva reached Lee's left eye more quickly than the bullet did. And this time, the saliva had color. The fire which the flame-spewing crocodile had vomited began to boil Lee's left eye. Arg! Lee screamed in a panic as the world turned black with his left eye burning. Of course, the revolver he was trying to use with his telekinesis fell to the floor. Kim spoke to Lee without spraying the fire extinguisher this time. I'm not going to let you live, as you've noticed. But I don't even think I'll kill you nicely. So from now on, all you have to do is beg me to kill you nicely. I don't have to explain what I'm saying because you're quick-witted. Arg. Then let me continue with the questions. Kim was a man who understood the psychology of criminals better than anyone else. 5. Late night. Kim was looking at exit number 4 of Gwangmyeong-sejori Station. Special forces entered Gwangmyeong-sejori Station. The information he'd obtained was pretty good. That's why the green-grade monster near Kyeolsan Station suddenly came towards Gwangmyeong-sejori Station. It was a very good piece of information that organized the information in his mind. If they come to Gwangmyeong-sejori Station from Kyeolsan Station, they would end up in Bucheon. In the process, the monsters below yellow grade were naturally pushed toward Bucheon. Of course, the information did not clear all his doubts. The purpose of the special forces is unknown. It was not a rescue team. A rescue team has no reason to act like that. Therefore, Kim had to guess again. Their purpose was to hunt monsters. What they entered Gwangmyeong-sejori Station without hesitation meant that they knew there was a green-grade monster inside in it. Of course, there was a weapon to kill the green-grade monster. Special forces came to Gwangmyeong City, and they entered Gwangmyeong-sejori Station to kill a green-grade monster. The green-grade monster disappeared from the detection of the Didangyo-jido 3 days ago. More than 10 days. It was unlikely that they would have fought in a subway station for more than 10 days. Common sense suggested that it was highly likely that they failed. The green-grade monster was alive up to 3 days ago. In Kim's view, they could not kill a green-grade monster with just a relic. They should have included at least 4 to 5 hunters, who had the same level of power of Kim. No matter how powerful a weapon was, it was no use by itself. When there was a man who could handle it, it would be a real weapon. This is the hunting. Here, Kim focused on that it was not just a battle, but a hunt. Even if the green-grade monster had killed all the special forces entered, it could have been fatally wounded. Usually, the battle was divided between the winner and the loser, but the hunting sometimes doesn't finish between the winner and the loser. If the fatal injury got worse, the prey that ate the hunters would die of the fatal injury in the process. At that moment, after thinking about it, Kim entered Gwangmyeong-sejori Station. Snap! The pitch-black darkness with not even a single ray of light brightened after a long time. Kim Tae-hoon, who held the light in his hand, shined it ahead of him. It was as it was. When he released it from his hand, it started to move by itself. With his light in the air, he brought out another flashlight again. He began to walk along the dark subway tracks with 2 lights shining as co-workers. The first thing that greeted him was a corpse. There were several bodies that had been squashed, not just one. He could see 5 corpses right now. They were pretty ugly. I think they were struck by a blunt weapon. Their wound looked as if they had been hit by a blunt weapon, but it was as terrible as a bomb. The struck area was blown apart. The heads were smashed, to the extent that it was difficult to find pieces, and those who were attacked in the belly were torn apart. This power is beyond the bounds of common sense. It was like being hit by a lump of metal moving hundreds of kilometers per hour. Such bodies had something in common besides wounds. Rather, the suit is dash. All of them were dressed in black. A counter-terrorism suit. It was quite a familiar suit for Kim. It was not a uniform worn by certain troops, but a counter-terrorism suit, which was used in the counter-terrorism operations, and Kim had worn it several times. Of course, he knew the purpose of making that suit. Their aim was to hunt the monster secretly, too. Black was the color for secret activities in the dark. The purpose of such clothes was to avoid the attention of the public. In addition, costumes such as counterterrorism suits are not based on the assumption of monsters. It's a product of putting humans as enemies. Of course, there were a few differences from the counterterrorism suit Kim knew. Tap. Tap. Kim tapped the chest of the dead body. He could feel the hard material hidden between the cloth. They didn't wear it outside but put it between the clothes. They sewed it in. Sewing. They remade the clothes. It was a step further than simply using armor. The next thing he looked for was the back of their right hands. As soon as he took off their gloves, the marks of awakeners were revealed, as expected. Kim's eyes turned black. Basic abilities. Special abilities. Achieved abilities. Kim frowned with his black-dyed eyes. Their abilities are higher than I thought. Immediately, he also checked the back of the right hand of the other bodies. He was also an awakener, and his abilities were not much different from the body he had just identified. Both of them had acquired the hobgoblin sense and vitality of troll. When the third body was found to have similar abilities as the previous two, Kim had no choice but to admit it. They are soldiers made in a systemic manner. They were not soldiers who hunted monsters and ate monster stones to live, but the ones who were fed monster stones on purpose. Kim frowned. Ha! I even expected this much. He had expected it, but he didn't know that there was a group that could create such an awakener so quickly. At the same time, he was suspicious. But that's not enough. Certainly, they were well-bred awakeners. There weren't many in the Mac Guild at this level. It's ridiculous to try to hunt a green-grade monster at their level. It wasn't enough to hunt a green-grade monster. They wouldn't have endured the fear. In other words, at this level of energy, it was not easy to withstand the fear of a yellow-grade monster, let alone a green-grade monster. Nevertheless, it was hard to understand that they entered the subway station without hesitation, even if they knew a green-grade monster was within. With common sense, if there had been a monster in the dark-filled subway station, which had only a limited number of places to run away, it would have been an extremely dangerous place. They should never come in unless they had something to believe in. They must have had a good relic. Relic. It is now the most reliable thing in the world. Kim immediately began searching inside the jacket of the body. First, he found a smartphone. Crushed flat, it definitely did not work. Hanji. The next discovery was none other than the finely folded hanji, which was the traditional Korean paper handmade from mulberry trees. He opened the hanji. It's a rubbing from a tombstone. It was a rubbing made of Korean paper after smearing a huge tombstone. It wasn't old. The hanji was stiff, and the smell of ink still remained. Above all, Kim's eyes, which were still black, were soon able to identify the rubbing. Equals sad face the rubbing of Sunsabai. The rubbing of Sunsabai of King Jinhung of Silla. They're from Seoul. The rubbing of Sunsabai of King Jinhung was located in the National Museum of Korea. Having the rubbing of Sunsabai of King Jinhung meant they were from Seoul. As expected, there were already forces that had taken the relics of the National Museum of Korea. It was not very pleasant news. Kim briefly clicked his tongue. If a rubbing alone has the effect of scaring monsters, then the tombstone itself. On the other hand, he could indirectly learn the effect of the rubbing of Sunsabai of King Jinhung. King Jinhung was one of the greatest war kings in Silla. He was the monarch who fought wars of conquest many times. Naturally, the tombstone that his achievements were engraved on would surely have the power to match the dignity and nature of King Jinhung. It was understandable enough to scare the monsters. In fact, the rubbing was this strong, so the Sunsabai of King Jinhung would play a role as an invisible barrier to block monsters' access. Kim, of course, took the rubbing and thought, I wonder what the effect of Gwangido steel would have. The doubts flew from his mind as soon as he found a weapon of one of the bodies. Panzerfaust. They also had a weapon, a Panzerfaust III, which Kim had used. But it was different from what Kim had used. At the end of the shell that the man had not yet used, there was a bronze spear instead of a pointed snout. Kim looked at the bronze spear. Equals sad-faced the bronze spear of a warrior. It was also a relic. It was not a mere relic, but a relic of the Bronze Age written in the textbook. The relic was put in front of the shell. If it were normal times, it would be crazy. A Panzerfaust had the gunpowder of the shaped charge warhead. A relic which was put this way in front of a warhead would be destroyed with the monster. When he saw it now, he got chills down his back. If the power of the shell and the relic are combined. Combining a relic with modern weapons in this way was not simply a matter of thinking. Anyone can think. But a relic is a treasure that could not be replaced by anything at this point, and it was not something you could practice, using it as consumable. If you do, you will have to complete the minimum verification, because you could not afford to consume the relic in situations where the effects are not verified. No, before now, this weapon had already proved its worth. The monster was killed by this. As a result, this weapon would have dealt a fatal blow to a green-grade monster. The fatal wound would have caused it to suffer, and it eventually died 3 days ago. The penetration power of a Panzerfaust also worked on a yellow-grade monster. If the destructive power is added to the relic. Of course, luck followed. The combined weapon would have hurt it. However, they were lucky to give it a fatal injury. Luck, however, follows those who try, and luck does not follow those who do not try. In other words, the green-grade monster killed by this weapon was unlucky. Kim rose from his seat. I'll have to check it more thoroughly. It was time to find the unlucky monster. 7. It was around dawn when Kim returned from his search in Gwangmyeong City, which was not short. At the calmest time, when most people were asleep, Kim returned to the mayor's office in Bucheon City Hall, where Jang Sung-hoon greeted him with sleepy eyes. Do you have any profit? Before answering the question, Kim took out a smartphone and handed a photo file to Jang, who blinked his eyes to get rid of sleep. Basic abilities. Special abilities. Achieved abilities. Wow, you've done a lot of level ups. Boss, congratulations. What did you get this time? In response to the high-pitched voice of Jang, Kim closed his eyes instead of answering. Jang looked puzzled at the sight he didn't show. Ah. Jang Sung-hoon, who suddenly understood the situation, lowered his voice. I'm sorry. The 4th grade was the same as the eyes of Black Snake in Kim's abilities. It didn't just stop on a level of hearing. He could hear the sound of drops of water, and the sounds which Jang made in front of Kim's nose would have sounded like thunder. This ability is adjustable, but not right now. I'm glad to hear that it can be controlled. Jang lowered his voice as much as possible. You got a 4th level ability, and you found a green-grade monster. But he never shut up. He could not just keep silent. But if Kim had wanted him to be quiet, he would not have woken Jang up. The explanation began. Kim told Jang all about his experiences in Gwangmyeong City, from the story of the Messiah to the story of a green-grade monster, a bell-tailed rat, found with a hole in its heart. In the story, Kim earned a huge treasure. He got the body and monster stone of the 4th grade monster. However, Jang did not care about the goods. We have a great competitor who is stronger than we thought, and the army which owns the National Museum of Korea, but I don't think it's the infantry division, but the Capital Defense Command. I don't know, and we should not make a wild guess. Competitor. It was the clearest word to express the group that had appeared this time. The reason for being a competitor is simple. The world had become a zero-sum game where you had to secure as many monster stones as possible, with limited monsters. Anyway, if we see them hunting monsters at any cost, they know that securing monster stones is more important than anything else. The competitor that appeared this time also knew it. So they ran a special unit for monster hunting. But I don't understand, no matter how much they prepared, they did not have enough power to kill a green-grade monster. Moreover, there is surely a Didangyo Jido in the National Museum of Korea and it is not a copy, but the original edition. There were, of course, some things that he didn't understand. The stats of the Awakeners there were not simply enough to search for a foe like that. The National Museum of Korea had a copy, as well as the original edition of Didangyo Jido, and could print some of them, if not all. If they had a Didangyo Jido, they must have known that Gwangyang City had a green-grade monster. So why did they send a well-trained unit of Awakeners to that deadly place? Maybe they did not secure Didangyo Jido? Kim did not answer Jang's question. The answer could not be answered by anyone here. Speculation could only make a conjecture. So Kim discussed something else. He took out a pocket notebook, and immediately opened its 4th page and showed it to Jang. Gather at Gimpo Airport on March 3rd. Jang's expression hardened at the short passage. It was not difficult to understand what it meant. There was not one unit, and several units moved out of Seoul to collect monster stones and would gather together on a given date. If it's Gimpo International Airport, are they going to take an airplane? It's an open place without people, and it can be safer than we think to the threat of monsters. They got information that meant they could contact the unknown forces. What was left was a choice. So are you going to negotiate with them here on that day? There are two options. As it is, we just go without knowing about one another, or we can talk after contact. What do you think? Doing nothing is a blindfolded thing, and Gimpo Airport is just above Bucheon. No, they are already in Gwangyang City, and we can't avoid contacting them. But in fact, there was one option to choose. Boss, they're much bigger than us, so it's not too bad to negotiate and get under them. There's no reason for them to be hostile to a group of survivors, like the boss and Mac Guild, is my opinion. We have to face them someday, anyway. It is better for us to go ahead and talk and negotiate before we meet them, pretending not to know. No, it may be much better. We must seek to survive through negotiations. Even if you compete, it is a completely different story to compete in a situation where you have agreed, and to compete in a situation where you live or die. Above all, there was not one competitor now. There will be many survivors in Korea, and on a larger scale, there will be strong competitors in Japan, North Korea, and China. If you looked at it globally, Europe, Russia, and the United States could also be competitors. Compared to them, the survivors of the Republic of Korea lack sufficient power even if they held hands with one another. Because they are soldiers, they are fully aware of other countries as potential enemies, and the chances of success in negotiations are high. The group that had now settled in Seoul was centered on soldiers. Soldiers are a group that exists because of their enemies. Of course, if they are soldiers, they will know how many enemies are around the Republic of Korea. The only problem is one. They'll have to negotiate, but the problem is, if the negotiations break down, the boss will be in trouble. There was no guarantee that good results would come out through negotiations. And the possibility that Kim would be in trouble was not small. Sister Sunmi's hair is still short, so you won't die right away. Don't worry. Jang said the words to reassure Kim, and Kim laughed at the remark. The smile on his lips disappeared immediately. He couldn't forget the dream. I sent a signal to make Gyeongju the destination, not Seoul. In his second dream, Kim made a wish list for himself. He hid information in the wish list, make Gyeongju or Bio your destination, not Seoul. Of course, that didn't mean Seoul was completely in danger, it might mean that you should not waste your time on the occupied land, and should find the unoccupied land and be the owner. It is possible that those in Seoul will be dangerous for me in the future. But there was no guarantee that it was not a warning. It might be dangerous to meet them at Gimpo Airport that day. This decision may result in narrowing the distance from death. Kim closed his eyes for a while. It's hard to adapt to this kind of situation. The fact that every moment's choice could cause his own death, and nevertheless, he should make a choice, made Kim's lips dry. If I have a problem with myself, I'll be prepared for it. However, Kim did not give up his choice. He would just prepare for the outcome of his choice. If you have a problem with your own personality, you must take precautions against it, for even if the dead become dead and rotten, living must continue. Get the technicians together. We've already got a list, and all you have to do is give them a job. Recover the data of the smartphone in that bag first, there may be other information in it. I understand. And give the clans a mission. Transport the available solar power generators in Gwangyang City to Bucheon. It won't be easy because the conditions of the road are not good. Use the subway tracks. Is the track okay? Except for the dead ones, the sound of monster hearts was so loud that I couldn't bear it. Jang admired Kim's words. He'd finished cleaning up the subway tracks on his way. That's great. Starting with Bucheon City Hall Station to Kyeosan Station, however, it's going to be hard right now, since the distance is considerable. It's something we have to do someday. Yes. Gather the reliable ones and secure the dead body of the bell-tailed rat. Send them first. That's the top priority. Yes. Jang laughed at the appearance of Kim, who did not stop speaking of his future plans. The conversation between the two went on until dawn, and the morning sun streamed in. That's how the day began. 8. Ah. Kim couldn't feel anything on his right arm. Did I have my arm cut off? Shoulder first. He felt as if his right arm had been cut off. But it was not possible to confirm that. His eyes were fixed in front of him. There were two women in sight. Twins. They had the same look, one holding a lute in her hand, and the other holding a sword. You are absolutely the dragon slayer. You're holding out against us so far. Isn't that great? Chinese. Chinese came out of the mouth of the woman holding a sword. I just want to bite you to death. Of course, Kim didn't understand Chinese very well. Let's just memorize them. I just reminded myself of what she said a little while ago to put it to my mind somehow. Then he heard a voice behind him. If you have something to say before you die, say it. Still, you've achieved this feat, so we will let you say a word of your will. Only then did Kim realize that a man was stabbing his heart with a sword behind his back. Cuck. And Kim also knew that not many words were left at this moment. I was stabbed in the heart. My blood is not up to my neck. I can say a few words. Therefore, he listened to the last words of his dying future. Here are 6 snakes, the name of the traitor is O Se Bum. Remember his voice. And use him. At that moment, the reaction of those around him changed. *T, kill him fast. Cut off his head. His dream was that far in the future. The nightmare, which began on December 31st, was now ready to pass through January and February, and reach into March. The weather had not changed in a short time. It was still cold. However, there was a change among survivors of Bucheon. There was a lot of energy that had not been seen before. Okay, setup is complete. It was due to hope. It was still a miserable world, but there was hope that it was getting better in that miserable world. It's worth the effort on this cold day, looking at the sun. I used to see this before, and kept calm, but now. The solar panels are beautiful. And now there was a lamp that reflected that hope more charmingly. A solar power generator. The device, which could produce electricity semi-permanently if it was maintained properly, had become a powerful source of energy that would fuel the hopes of the gloomy survivors. Of course, there was the greatest hope separately. The Mac Guild has come from hunting. The Mac Guild? Now a truck had appeared on a fairly well-maintained road. A 10-ton white truck was carrying a black orc. And there was a man standing on that dark thing. We got it. Bang Hyun-wook killed a black orc. He killed the black orc on his own. He killed it alone. He killed it with bare hands. Did he really kill it by himself? Nonsense, did he kill that monster alone? It was a great thing, and at the same time, everyone was happy to see it. Hunters were the only hope left in the world. Naturally, the appearance of Bang became a parade soon. People cheered him and he couldn't help but cheer himself up. The parade began in front of Bucheon City Hall. He entered the city hall right away. Brother Sung-hoon. The first man that came into his eyes was Jang Sung-hoon, who came out of the city hall after hearing the uproar. Bang approached him in high spirit and said with a cheerful air, "I killed a black orc alone. 1-to-1. Without the help of a gun." Oh, of course there was one. The waistline of Bang Hyun-wook who was speaking had a weapon that appeared to be an iron mace. It was an item made from the bell-tailed rat. In appearance, it was seemingly crude and comical, but it had the ability to turn energy into a devastating force instantly when it was injected. Its destructive power was beyond imagination. It was enough to make a car to scrap in a short time. The item was powerful to crush the hard body of a black orc into broken pieces. Without the help of this item, it would have been impossible for Bang to kill the black orc by himself. On the other hand, even if the item was given to them, there was no one but Kim Tae-hoon who could kill a black orc by himself. That was why Bang was so excited. But where is the big brother? It was evidence, the proof that he was not a stumbling block, and he was strong enough to help. Jang smiled at Bang, who was anxious to show the evidence to Kim somehow. "I'm sick and tired of it. You killed it by yourself. I've warned you several times that it's dangerous dash. Gee, it has been a while for me, and I had to kill it. You win. Take a break for now. I'll tell the boss. It'll take a while, so have something to eat." "Yes." Jang turned his back on the refreshing response from Bang. But, there was no fresh smile on his face. It was just a stiff expression. He could not help but do that. The golden glass filled the third time. Kim Tae-hoon was now dreaming of his third death. 2. The first thing Kim did when he woke up from the dream was to touch his neck. It was naturally attached. However, he felt as if his head was still falling to the floor from his body. Therefore, he could not take his hands off his neck easily. He gripped his neck and pressed his teeth together. I can't be adapted to my death. He dreamt of his third death. Moreover, that death had been the worst so far. His arms were amputated, his heart was pricked, and his head was cut off at last. One alone was appalling, but all of them happened at the same time. He was struck with horror. Of course, the aftermath of dreaming of death was also stronger than before. Phew. Sounds came to him, as he breathed and endured the after effects of the pain, the sound of footsteps, breathing, and hearts beating. Knock. Finally, he heard the sound of knocking. The sound was so clear that it felt as if the person outside the door was right in front of him. Jang Sung-hoon. Of course, he knew who the owner of the knock was. I always feel it, but that absolute hearing is creepy. As Kim predicted, Jang opened the door and came in. Is there really a difference between breathing and a heartbeat? How can you classify a person apart by hearing such a noise dash? Kim closed his eyes and rubbed his temples instead of explaining. Oh, I'm sorry. Kim's newly acquired power of the bell-tailed rat was precise enough to measure his own heart rate and hear breathing, footsteps, and even a heartbeat. In addition, it was now possible to control his ability. But it wasn't perfect. Therefore, if he was tired, distracted, or mentally disturbed, his ability would run at will. In other words, considering his mental state, who just woken up from his death, his ability had been activated to the limit. How was your dream? Jang asked, lowering his voice. With my arms cut off, the traitor stabbed me in the back, and in front of me, there were twin Chinese sisters, and one of them cut off my head with the sword she was holding. Wow. Jang whistled briefly. But you can't ignore the time, and death gradually becomes a spectacle. So, who is the traitor? It was a gruesome death, but it was the most valuable dream ever experienced by Kim. First, he saw the faces of those who were hostile to him. This was a huge bonus. 6 snakes and Oh Say Bum. The 6 snakes may mean power or group, and Oh Say Bum, you know that name? Not at all. What else? When Jang's question followed, Kim recited Chinese. It was a shaky Chinese language. But its meaning was clearly conveyed. Can you interpret what one of the twin sisters said to me? Jang's face hardened as soon as he heard it. Dash. Is the interpretation hard? No, it's not. I know the full meaning. What's the content? They said that you are a dragon slayer. They told you that it was great to have gone this far. And they wanted to bite the boss and kill you. When he heard the answer, he opened his eyes. Did they really call me a dragon slayer? I know the atmosphere is not a playful mood. I must have killed a dragon. I'm not sure whether that's the dragon we think. Kim's eyes were cold as he spoke. The same was true of Jang. It couldn't be good. He killed the dragon, but he died. What the F***ck are we supposed to then? Killing the dragon was a top priority for survival. The Kim Tae-hoon of the future cleared the assignment. But he ended up dead. It was terrible. It was like watching a movie called Destination. No matter what you did, you couldn't avoid dying. So, Kim did not dig deep into it. Even if he dug into the terrible thing, there would only be desperation left. A traitor. He focused on the word traitor. Traitor means that he believed them, or acted with them. The meanings of an enemy and a traitor are definitely different. An enemy is just an enemy, and a traitor is the one who becomes an enemy among his colleagues. Kim had lived in a world where a traitor would soon be killed, and he never confused the two words. The traitor who was near me is Oh Say Bum, who stabbed me in the back. In addition, there were more clues that Kim had obtained. I saw a sword dash. Everything you see and hear could be a clue. Of course, the weapon in the hands of the woman who called him a dragon slayer was also an important clue. What shape? Soon after, Kim used a pocket notebook and a pen on his desk to draw a picture. It was a terrible job. It seemed impossible to guess what he was drawing. The same was true of Jang. At first, he thought it was just the form of a sword. However, when Kim put a diamond-shaped pattern into the sword and finally 8 worm-like letters into the sword, Jang changed his face. Soon after, Jang extended his hand. Pen, please. Kim handed over the pen and soon Jang drew a new sword on the new page. This is it. What kind of sword is this? The sword was the sword Kim had seen in his dream. This sword is called the Sword of Gojin. It was the sword that Kim put in his wish list in his second dream. Ahead of his second death, Kim told himself a wish list. It was like an order, to obtain the goods of the wish list, take all the means and methods whatever they are, or even kill the original owner if necessary. Phew. Kim gave a long sigh. He heard loud footsteps. Bang Hyunwook's footsteps wanted to show off his presence. There's no time to rest. Kim recalled today's date with a short sigh. February 28th. Today was the last day of February. 3. Gimpo International Airport. It was now the quietest place in the world, where it had once been the noisiest place in South Korea, with planes taking off and landing without stopping. The planes lay like corpses covered in snow, and there was a white field of snow where animal footprints could hardly be found, as if to show that no one was on the broad runway. The broken windows, the crumbled walls of the airport terminal, and the trace of animals which came to eat the remaining flesh of the broken bodies and departed, were the latest traces. It was on March 3 that the silence, which had begun on December 31, broke. Crowds dressed in black began to gather in the desolate airport terminal. The gathered people immediately shook their hands or hugged to express their joy. "It's been a long time. I'm glad you're alive." It was the appearance of a man who immediately froze the friendly hours that began. Attention! As the man wearing a beret appeared, the cheerful atmosphere disappeared, and a solemn atmosphere began to set up like the blade of a sword. The man who appeared looked to be in his mid-40s and gave a strong impression, with a square face and a beard around his mouth. He looked at each of them with tiger-like eyes. "There is no Major Oh Se-bum and his team." The brief remark that came out soon put the crowd on edge. Everyone here made a promise to meet at a fixed date if they were still alive. Did Major Oh Se-bum's team fail? In other words, not being here meant not being alive. Of course, everyone here was determined, they would not be afraid to die, but they would fight against death. Nevertheless, the reason why everyone was nervous was simple. Nonsense. What monster did they meet? Were they in contact with something above a blue-grade monster? Major Oh Se-bum could never be killed, by the judgment of those who had prepared to die. He was so strong and clever. A middle-aged man, Lieutenant Colonel Yoo Dae-hyun, who was also wearing a beret, was well aware of that. If Major Oh died. If so, whatever we get in this operation will be a loss. Major Oh was a man who had the ability and talent to become a historical hero to save Korea. He could not have died. No, it shouldn't have happened. When we lost Dangyeojito, it was a big loss. Had there been Dangyeojito, we wouldn't have taken risks like this. Lieutenant Colonel Yoo shut his teeth hard, thinking of the past. Naturally, the congregation held a silence. Bowing in silence began for the dead. Bang! It was a shot from the airport's runway that broke their silence. Everyone's eyes changed. They had the eyes of soldiers who could fight at any time. Lieutenant Colonel Yoo did not do that. He was a man who had not relaxed since he had appeared, and who had planted everything that a soldier should have into his bones. Check and come back. When Lieutenant Colonel Yoo pointed out a team and gave an order, the team immediately moved to the spot where the gunfire was fired without even answering. It was not long before one came back and reported. A man with a white flag is on the runway. He describes himself as the head of the Mac Guild. It was a very difficult explanation. The gunfire came from the runway, a man was standing alone on the runway, he was holding a white flag, and finally, he was the head of the Mac Guild. All that was not understood was not described. However, Lieutenant Colonel Yoo did not express any doubt about the facts, since he had seen a lot of irrational images of survivors in a world in which the system that was driving the world was completely destroyed. So, he wasn't surprised and didn't frown. There was no change in expression at all. What's his name? It was Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon. However, as soon as he heard the name, the expression of Lieutenant Colonel Yoo changed. Is he really Kim Tae-hoon? He looked surprised. The empty plane. On the wide open field of snow, Kim Tae-hoon stood silently with his left hand high. His left hand was holding a white cloth. The thin cloth, which looked like a wrapping cloth, flapped in the wind. A man came toward Kim. The middle-aged man, who appeared with his hand pressing his beret against the wind, stopped walking 2 meters away from Kim. Major Kim Tae-hoon. After checking Kim's face, he stepped forward again. One step, about a meter away, he stood at a distance that would be gone if they reached out to one another. You are alive. No, you'd have to survive. You are Lieutenant Colonel Yoo Dae-hyun. Lieutenant Colonel Yoo Dae-hyun. In Kim's memory, he belonged to the Capital Defense Command. He was the battalion commander of commandos, the 35th Commandos, under the Capital Defense Command, tasked to protect Seoul, the heart of South Korea. I'm glad I don't need to identify myself, but I'm confronted with someone who's hard to deal with. Lieutenant Colonel Yu was not a strange man because he knew the existence of Kim Tae-hoon as a secret national weapon. He had that kind of power. The purpose of the commandos protecting Seoul was to protect those who lived in Seoul. The position of the battalion commander of commandos was not for those who did not want power. I don't know what your situation is now, but it's nice to see you like this. Lieutenant Colonel Yu extended his hand to Kim. However, Kim did not respond to the handshake. He's still holding his hand high up in the sky with the white flag. The reason he came here was not to express his joy. I'm here to negotiate. On the contrary, Kim came here to settle with the survivors who had settled in the capital, including Lieutenant Colonel Yu. He was determined not to avoid bloodshed if necessary. It is always hard to deal with him. Major General Chang Young-sung has created a really scary monster. When he read Kim's temperament, Lieutenant Colonel Yu withdrew his hand. The distance between the two still remained about a meter. Negotiation. The city of Bucheon and its surrounding areas are currently managed by the Mac Guild. I'm the head of the Mac Guild. Guild. That's a funny name. I want to establish a peaceful alliance with the forces that currently occupy the capital city, Seoul. The expression, a peaceful alliance, did not surprise Lieutenant Colonel Yu very much. After society collapsed, I felt bitter that a human being is a social animal. Even Major Kim Tae-hoon came out like this. He had already experienced this situation several times. Even when society collapses, survivors try to survive. In the process, they realize that they cannot survive alone, and they create groups. Instead of equality, there are ranks and classes in that group. Of course, those who hold a vested interest will not let it go. There were such groups all over the fallen country now, and Lieutenant Colonel Yu had made several contacts with them. Each time, they said similar things in front of Lieutenant Colonel Yu and the special forces he led. Let's settle it peacefully. Let's make a deal. I'll be glad to cooperate if you recognize my vested interests. I can't make bargains in my position. The Lieutenant Colonel Yu never negotiated or traded with them. I don't have the authority to negotiate with anti-government groups. It was his job to deal with gangs that committed crimes. As expected. Kim was not surprised by the threats of Lieutenant Colonel Yu. A command system seems to have been established. What Lieutenant Colonel Yu did now was a very reasonable and proper action to do. The presence of the Capital Defense Command was proof that the Republic of Korea had not completely collapsed yet. Of course, they should act to protect the nation. They should remove monsters, and crack down on the anti-government forces that committed illegal acts and wickedness. Kim Tae-hoon and the Mac Guild were also anti-government forces from that point of view. There was no such thing as a negotiation. There was the only extermination. That is how it works. That was why Kim came here in person. Then I'd like to talk to someone who has the right to decide. Why? It's because we have to avoid the exhaustive wars. The exhaustive wars. I don't know how much power you've secured, but I doubt how much you can afford to wage exhaustive wars against all those in the Capital Defense Command. If we lead an armored unit and come to Bucheon City, we will be able to kill most people in the city. He came here to threaten them in case negotiation fails. But if I survive, then you will have an exhaustive war. What is that dash? Only then did Kim lower his hands. He took off the glove on his right hand. He showed the mark of an awakener. The expression on Lieutenant Colonel Yu hardened. Meanwhile, Kim focused on the person approaching from a long distance. Someone's coming. He heard a man approaching from a long distance. He did not bother to show an interest in the man. Of course, Lieutenant Colonel Yu still did not notice his appearance. Lieutenant Colonel, I'm sorry for being late. Soon a voice passed between Kim and Lieutenant Colonel Yu. At the voice, they both turned their heads in the direction of the voice. I overslept when I took a nap. I'm so sorry. There was a young man there whose voice Kim heard in his dream. It's him. 5. Oh say bum. At the young age of 25, he was a man with admirable good looks. He was also tall. Even if he was not wearing tight clothes, he had a model figure. The short, cut-off hairstyle was also very well suited for him, and the figure putting out smoke and breathing with a cigarette in his mouth in the middle of winter was the same as a scene in the movie. So this gentleman is a king in Bucheon City, and he wants us to help him stay like a king. He is a funny guy. Oh Se-bum was also one of the most talented of the survivors of the current capital city of Seoul and the awakeners of the Capital Defense Command. That's why his nickname was Roadmaker. He was a monster who made a road for people to move on to the land that was dotted with monsters. That's why the charismatic Lieutenant Colonel Yu permitted him to bite a cigarette in front of his eyes and talk. But from the look of the Lieutenant Colonel, I don't think he's a nut to talk rubbish. Who is he? Major Kim Tae-hoon. Major? He looks young. Is he really young? He has been affiliated with a unit, but there is no name for the unit. He was under Major General Chong Young-sung, and was usually called a ghost. It's like a secret special unit. That's great. So how great is he? They don't even have the same level because they wear the same uniform. If I had to hire only one person to remove someone, would hire him unconditionally. Wow, he is a great man. When he heard the story, Oh Se-bum spat out the cigarette smoke with an exclamation and then threw the cigarette butt on the ground. What do I have to do? It's a test. So, you want me to fight a human being who was a human weapon before he became an awakener? What if I die? Oh's eyes were laughing, and in return, surprised. The eyes were telling Kim clearly, he was not worried about his own death, he was worried about killing Kim. It's just a simple test. You don't have to kill, Lieutenant Colonel Yu warned him briefly because he also had a similar thought with Oh. Major Kim cannot win against Major Oh. Oh had already killed a yellow-grade monster alone, and he had also succeeded in hunting a green-grade monster. In the case of the green-grade monster hunting, it was thanks to the relics obtained from securing the National Museum of Korea, but it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the hope of the Republic of Korea even with that. Lieutenant Colonel Yu did not think Kim could do anything about Oh, even if Kim was such a great man. The world had changed anyway. But Kim is not a bit of a deal. The problem was that Kim's real scary thing was not just his strength. The days he had lived have been proof of that. He has won a victory against an enemy that could not be dealt with by simple power. If he told Hollywood film officials about his achievements, none of them would believe it. Because he is an awakener, he is more powerful than before. It was already a tough thing that Kim was an awakener. Awakeners could strengthen their abilities and acquire new abilities by eating monster stones. There was plenty of reason to be wary. He's not a man to covet power. On the one hand, he was curious. He called himself the head of a group called the Mac Guild, which managed Bucheon City, and now he was showing his teeth in front of a hard opponent to keep his position. It could be. There were too many people who gave their lives for power and vested rights. However, the Kim Tae-hoon who Lieutenant Colonel Yu knew, was never a man who tried to do something to become a ruler in a collapsed world. Anyway, if he is an enemy, he will be a troublesome enemy. In addition, Kim was not given the rank of major just because he did dangerous things. They gave him the rank of major to direct the crowd. We have to check his abilities first. Regardless, what mattered was how much of a threat Kim could be. If he is stronger than I think, I should keep the negotiation in mind. In fact, it is too much to protect the capital area right now. Although the land of Bucheon was given to us, we cannot manage it. Moreover, there is no oil from Bucheon, no important munitions factory, and no power plant. If he collects survivors from the land of Bucheon and removes monsters, we are willing to aid him. However, we don't have to show that much so soon. How do I test him rather? We can't use a gun or a sword. Do it with your fists. I think it's better to just fight with a gun. You know what kind of fist I have. Be careful. I want to see his abilities. You don't need to kill your opponent. Yes, I'll keep it in mind. Of course, there was no such thing as O's defeat in the mind of the Lieutenant Colonel Yu, who knew there were countless kills behind him. 6. This is how things work. From Bucheon to Gimpo International Airport, Kim had thought a lot while walking the never-short distance. But he didn't want to take a test. If negotiation was done as desired, he would only negotiate, and if the negotiations broke down, he would only have to show evidence that he could threaten if threats were necessary. In the meantime, there was no room for a test, a frivolous act. Oh say bum. However, O's appearance shattered all of Kim's scenarios without mercy. I don't think he is the same person. This was the name Kim said clearly in his dream. A traitor. Kim Tae-hoon of the future spoke clearly to Kim Tae-hoon of the past, who dreamt of himself being killed by a traitor. And at the same time, he advised, use him. I didn't tell myself to kill him as soon as I saw him. It was Kim Tae-hoon himself who knew Kim Tae-hoon best. So he could believe it. That Kim Tae-hoon of the future included the word use among the few allowed words before he died, had a reason to do so. It's worth to use him, so I will use him. Furthermore, the current situation showed that O plays the same role as an ace of the Capital Defense Command. It was not difficult to grasp. In what way do I test him? With fists. It was easy for Kim to listen to the conversation between Lieutenant Colonel Yu and O from a long distance at the quiet Gimpo International Airport. The sound of O blowing out cigarette smoke in front of Lieutenant Colonel Yu was clearly heard. By Lieutenant Colonel Yu's tolerance, it means that he cannot help it. Lieutenant Colonel Yu was quite strict. First, the 35th Commandos were not a clumsy organization. It is a unit where only the elite of the elites could be placed, and where someone who became a soldier as a job to eat and live could not be a commander. He was not a man who could not readily tolerate a novice who was a subordinate and smoking in front of him. Major. However, the fact that he, who seemed to be in his mid-20s, was already ranked major meant that he has already made the right contributions. There was only one contribution in this world, killing monsters. I'll check his abilities first. That's why Kim was taking the ridiculous test. At the same time, he also created a benchmark. And if I really think he's a threat to me, I will remove him anyway. 7. Hello, my name is Oh Say Bum. My rank is Major, the same as you. Ah, you're not a soldier now. Oh threw his left fist into the air with the words. A light jab. But the sound of the wind was frightening. It felt like pulling the trigger of a gun, not a punch. It was already beyond human standards. Let's just play the first round of 5 minutes. Don't be too hard, because we're just looking at our abilities. What's good about hurting each other? If you get hurt, you can't get insurance and a pension. Naturally, that punch wouldn't stop him from getting sick and bruised. Above all, he only fought with his bare hands. The purpose is to ascertain what power he has. There were no words not to use the powers acquired from the monsters. And that was the point. What Lieutenant Colonel Yu wanted was to check the cards Kim had. And that was also what Kim wanted. He was checking the cards O had. Now, when we are ready, we start. Therefore, neither Kim nor O played any games. Start. The moment O's voice sounded, he instantly narrowed the distance from Kim and jabbed out his left hand. The fist that flew towards Kim's nose was swift. Kim did not avoid the fist and raised his arms to block it. Whack. Kim's body did not shake at all. He must have eaten the monster stones properly. O thought. The two deduced 2 facts from this attack and defense. Their strength and physical defense were similar. At that moment, O raised the energy in his gut. His energy spread to his whole body with the force, and his spirit changed quickly. The spine of Kim Tae-hoon, who looked at Oh Se-bum through his arms to play guard, also chilled. Oh's energy rank is at least, above B rank. When the short thought crossed Kim's mind, the right fist that Oh put out came to Kim's nose. It was much faster than the previous punch. With his basic skills, Kim could not avoid it. So, at this moment, Kim used his telekinesis to pull his body sideways. Pot! Oh's right straight punch ripped through the air and generated its own wind. The place where Kim had been, showed traces of wind pressure, and the snowfield behind him was blowing around. He is going to kill me. Kim had enough reason to avoid it urgently. He was tense. He avoided my punch by pulling his body with his telekinesis. This? At the same time, Oh was nervous, too. He was also willing to kill Kim if necessary. However, Kim avoided the attack easily and was widening the distance between them. His telekinesis rank and skills are no jokes. Furthermore, Kim definitely used telekinesis. Otherwise, such avoidance was impossible. I don't know what's going to happen if the distance is widened. It is not a good idea to widen the distance to those who use telekinesis. Naturally, the eyes of the two changed. The playfulness disappeared from Oh's eyes, Kim's pupils were black. With that spirit, Oh ran towards Kim, who was widening the distance between them. Oh's physical ability was strengthened through energy, and it was virtually impossible for Kim to escape. It was also practically impossible to avoid all of the punches which Oh would start pouring out from now on with only his basic ability, even if he had the eyes of Black Snake. Of course, he used his telekinesis. I'll catch him. He caught Oh's body with his own telekinesis and pulled his arms into a chain of telekinesis. Gnash. There was a gnashing sound of teeth from Oh Se-bum, who was doing his best to break the telekinesis that bound him. Of course, it was impossible to stop Oh's body completely. Oh's hands repeated a 1-2 punch. However, it was not too fast for Kim to avoid. Okay. In the end, Oh collected his whole power to strike a clear blow, a right hand straight, not only to shatter Kim's telekinesis which tied him up but also to shatter his skull. Oh's punches, which were pouring toward Kim, stopped. At that moment, Kim poured out a huge flame as if he had been waiting for this moment. Whoosh! The flame filled Oh's vision, and furthermore, wrapped around his body. F***ck. The flame clung to Oh's body like sticky liquid. If he left it like this, he would not be able to avoid being burned. He released his energy all over his body. Pot! The flame that stuck to Oh's body was thrown off. I'll kill you. After shaking off the flame, Oh flashed his eyes to find Kim. This was already no test in his mind. He was fully thinking of killing Kim. Where is he? But Kim was not visible. Oh's eyes turned to the ground reflexively, following the footprints. What? However, Kim's footprints were not anywhere. At that moment, Oh looked up reflexively as if he had felt something. Kim's right fist, which had turned black, fell on his face. Oh's memory stopped right there. Before the appearance of the monsters, the power of an individual was very trivial. However, after the appearance of the monsters, the power of an individual had now become something that mankind should hope for. The hopes of those, who had recently survived in the capital city of South Korea, were hanging on a young man named Oh Se-bum. He was heroic from the beginning. As soon as the monsters appeared, he fought against them with his bare hands and won. So, they gave him a lot of things. He was given the rank of major, even though he was only in the first year of the reserve army, and the freedom to smoke when he was in front of battalion commander of the 35th Commandos, who protected the top leaders of the Republic of Korea. No way. Major Oh Se-bum is down. What the hell? He was now stretched out on the snowy field. His tongue was out, and his eyes were turned over, with dark red blood spilling out between the nostrils of a crushed nose. Oh, my God. In front of the scene, the solemn, serious expression of Lieutenant Colonel Yoo Dae-hyun changed to dismay. There was one more person who couldn't believe the sight. No, Kim Tae-hoon also couldn't accept the sight straight away. I couldn't have been beaten by this guy in the future. Oh was definitely strong. There was no shortage of skills to gain the upper hand against Kim, who might have no rival among awakeners. If it was a battle that used all their relics, not bare hands, Kim would never have won a head-to-head battle with Oh. But that was all. He's not the type to plan a real conspiracy and betrayal. He was just strong, but he was not a man of style, able to paint a big picture and plan it out. That was what he has shown right now. It was a totally different matter to have a position and background able to show off in front of the Lieutenant Colonel Yoo, and to actually do so. If Kim were in Oh's position, he wouldn't have shown off in front of Lieutenant Colonel Yoo. Lieutenant Colonel Yoo was not an absurd person. To make an enemy by behaving as one pleases is a characteristic of a low-grade player. However, when he came to face Kim, Oh revealed his feelings as they were. At first, he looked down on Kim and immediately expressed his intention to kill him after Kim's provocations. People who showed off their murderous spirit according to their mood were one of two types, a puppy, or a madman. So I told myself to use him in my dream. In summary, Oh was a man who could fight Kim, threaten him, and kill him, but he couldn't plan it. There's a mastermind. Of course, there was someone in the background. There was a player who controlled the chessboard and used a chessman named Oh Se-bum. The head is the real enemy threatening me. Kim's idea went that far. It was not the opponent behind Oh Se-bum that Kim should deal with right now. He raised Oh, who had fainted, with his telekinesis. Then he shouted to Lieutenant Colonel Yoo, who was in the middle of the crowd, in a loud voice, "Let's start negotiating." Now Kim had another card to negotiate, the hostage card. 9. Currently, the Capital Defense Command is located to the north of the Han River. My role is to contact the surviving forces outside of Seoul. How's the situation in Seoul? Of the 31 bridges of the Han River, the Gimpo Bridge and the Banpo Bridge are the only ones that are safe. This much explanation should be enough for you to understand the situation. Did you blow up the bridges on purpose? Some of them were blown by the military, some of them were blown by monsters. Lieutenant Colonel Yoo has begun negotiations with Kim. He saw Kim's ability, and now he could not help but negotiate with Kim, who had taken Major Oh Se-bum as a hostage. In addition, Kim was a man who did what he intended to do. If necessary, he would cut off the limbs of Oh and continue to carry out his will to hurt Oh. In fact, while talking, Kim was not letting Oh Se-bum go. Oh was still stunned and standing like a mannequin. The place of the conversation was still the runway, cold winds blowing past. If Lieutenant Colonel Yoo tried to bluff in front of Kim, the only things he would get were Oh's fingernails or fingers. Kim had decisively showed his ability. He proved how threatening he could be. If Lieutenant Colonel Yoo continued to show hostility against him, Kim would not let him and his forces go like this. How many survivors? Not a great number, of course, but a lot survived. Seoul was the home of more than 10 million people. That was why Lieutenant Colonel Yoo, who had been uncooperative so far, changed his attitude and cooperated. When Kim heard Yoo's story, Kim could see that the situation in Seoul was worse than he thought. They've saved a lot, it's not good. At this point, the fact that there were many survivors was a very negative factor in some ways. In the view of the monsters, once there were many survivors, they had a lot of prey. Always. The rich prey led to the emergence of higher predators. There was no guarantee that survivors were cooperative. Humans could always be more monstrous than monsters. There's a subway. There were also two fatal weaknesses in Seoul at this time. One was a lot of buildings occupied the land, and the other was an underground subway which was like a spider web. These were the best places for monsters to hide. Conversely, they were places which restricted the use of military power. The subway was the worst. It was very hard for trams and fighters to go into the subway and kill monsters. The same was true of skyscrapers. If the monsters caused the building to collapse, the additional damage was enormous. A tall building was, in a way, a mine. They couldn't find the answer in Seoul, so they came out. Such facts were the reason why Lieutenant Colonel Yu had led the special forces out of Seoul. They couldn't find an answer to solve the situation in Seoul. At that moment, Kim asked Lieutenant Colonel Yu. How about the President or the Prime Minister? How are they? Of course, we have secured their safety, Lieutenant Colonel Yu answered as if he had waited for the question. His expression was calm. Is that so? However, Kim was able to clearly hear that the heart rate of Lieutenant Colonel Yu had changed. They failed to secure them. It was the voice of a person telling lies and acting. We are in trouble. It was obvious. Currently, the powers that were in Seoul had yet to secure the defense of the top authority, such as the President or Prime Minister. In other words, they were not different from Kim and other military units. To put it simply, there was no justification. They could not prove they were the power that represented Korea. It was like a national seal of the Three Kingdoms. It did nothing by itself. The presence of a president at this moment did not mean that the president could escape from the monsters or that he could kill a powerful monster. What was important is that the group under the direction of the president could claim the power of the Korean government. Those who were hostile to the force were, of course, anti-government forces. But if there is no president or prime minister, the concept of anti-government forces disappeared. It's the best situation to have ambition. For those with military power, this was simply an opportunity to rewrite everything. Of course, if this was known, the Republic of Korea would no longer be able to remain South Korea. They would repeat the history of the Korean Peninsula. There would be several military governments on the Korean Peninsula, and they would wage war. It was not what civilized people would do, but those who survived now were not the civilized ones. I'm glad they're safe. Here, Kim no longer quizzed Lieutenant Colonel Yu about that fact. If so, please speak well of us. The Mac Guild will kill monsters in nearby areas, including Bucheon City, and secure the safety of survivors. It was time to get what he wanted. If you give me your support, I will also hunt monsters in major cities, including Incheon. At the words of Kim Tae-hoon, Lieutenant Colonel Yu recognized that it was time to finish the conversation. With this, Kim had expressed all his desires. The idea was very simple. If you want to use the Mac Guild in Bucheon to deal with monsters, you should pay us. In addition, the only remaining power available to the remaining forces in Seoul is the relics. Okay, I'll try to get good results. At that remark, Kim brought up something to end the conversation. It was something from his pocket, and it twinkled like a jewel under the light. But it was not a gem. It was a chain with a military serial number. It was a chain with a military serial number from the special forces who entered the Gwangyang Sajori station in Gwangyang City to carry out their mission, but who were annihilated by the bell-tailed rat. The funeral was simple. Thank you. The voice of Lieutenant Colonel Yu as he received the chains was more subdued than ever. I'll meet you here again on March 18th, after 15 days. That's how they ended their conversation. 10. Major OSE Bum is fine. He has just fainted from the shock. He has a broken nose, but we can mend it. As soon as he was told that by his subordinates, Lieutenant Colonel Yu no longer worried about O. He summoned two of his men immediately. A man and a woman, who appeared to be in their mid-20s, were wearing berets, just like Lieutenant Colonel Yu. They were both members of the 35th Commandos, which was led by Lieutenant Colonel Yu, and both became awakeners. Their abilities and credits were the most reliable. Find out all about Kim, his surrounding relationships, everything that could be a weakness. The two were ordered by Lieutenant Colonel Yu. Instead of answering, the two disappeared from his eyes. From now on, the two would follow Kim and stay in Bucheon to find out everything about him for 15 days. Of course, they are trying to catch his weaknesses. If things go like this, we will be led away. The existence of Kim and the Mac Guild had to be accepted. In a situation where it was too hard to protect Seoul, to antagonize the force who had been in Bucheon was not different from having a knife at one's throat. Even if Lieutenant Colonel Yu was the decision-maker, he would have had no choice but to accept Kim's offer. Kim Tae-hoon was also aware of that. As he knew, he came to Gimpo International Airport and showed himself. He gave us a choice, whether we would leave him as a threatening enemy, or a card we could use if we would pay the price. What he is after is a relic. If the deal started like this, Kim Tae-hoon would win after all. I need his weakness. On the other hand, in order not to take the loss, I must somehow grasp Kim's weakness. The two men who were just sent out will fulfill their duties, even if they have to give their lives. At that moment, Lieutenant Colonel Yu felt the touch of the chains in his pocket. He gritted his teeth hard. 11. A forest of buildings. The two, a man and a woman, were moving secretly to a quiet place, where it was almost impossible to find even an indication of a person being around. They were like ghosts. Their movements were silent, and their faces were as cold as ghosts. They didn't even talk. The dialogue between the two consisted only of eyes and signals. Then a man sent out a signal. The man's fingers pointed to footsteps crossing a desolate forest of buildings. The woman who saw the footprints looked straight at the building next to the footprints. Immediately they went into the building. As soon as they entered the building, they shouted out breathlessly for the first time. Huck! At the same time, their dull faces were filled with astonishment. The cause was none other than the man they confronted the moment they entered the building. It was Kim Tae-hoon. The person who the two should be following, and who was supposed to be on his way to Bucheon City, was in front of them. At that moment, a manual came into their mind to deal with the urgent situation. The female soldier tried to grab Kim's attention, and the man would inform Lieutenant Colonel Yu that the operation has failed after he had fled. That was the contents of the manual. There was no need to exchange a signal or look before carrying out its instructions. All they had to do was follow the manual. Huck! But they could not execute the manual. They could feel that a huge hand held them tight the moment they tried to move. I can't move. Kim Tae-hoon spoke low to the two. I don't want to confront Lieutenant Colonel Yu by making you two into corpses. On the other hand, I don't want to experience a situation where the two of you are all around me and stir up monsters. What do you want? Stay and act in my sight for 15 days. That's dash. Or you'll be in full custody for 15 days, and without any results, you'll be delivered to Lieutenant Colonel Yu. If you choose to be restrained, be prepared to wear diapers. I don't want to leave any room for the members of the 35th Commandos who became awakeners. At that moment, the telekinesis holding the two was gone. I'll give you 3 seconds. And at the beginning of the notification, the two spoke after checking each other's eyes. I'm Sergeant Kim Yuri. I'm Sergeant Kim Joo-hyuk. Kim Yuri and Kim Joo-hyuk, who were affiliated with the 35th Commandos, had the same nickname, Ace. Even within the 35th Commandos, where the elite gathered, they showed a unique attitude. They had different natural qualities, higher goals than others, and better posture to reach those goals. Of course, they had everything: self-esteem, pride, and confidence. All these things gave them confidence in the end. They were confident that they would be able to fulfill the duties assigned to them, no matter what happened. But on December 31st, everything the two had was shattered. They did nothing in the battles that began with the sudden appearance of the monsters. They did not get rid of the monsters to be killed, they did not reach their goals, they did not protect the ones they needed to protect, and they did not save the one they needed to save. It was a series of failures, a series of miserable days. The end of the tragedy was despair. When they could afford to turn their heads to the ongoing battle with monsters, the scenery in Seoul was not what they had remembered. Skyscrapers were scattered all over the ground, half-eaten by monsters everywhere, and screams burst out all over the place, like a ticking clock. The climax of despair was the future given to survivors. Many people were mad at the fact that they had to face even greater despair because they had survived. Of course, Kim Yuri and Kim Joo-hyuk thought this would be the case everywhere in the world. It was the same in reality. Wherever outside of Seoul, there was despair and nothing that could be called hope. But this place, Bucheon, was different. In Bucheon, which existed only on the map, and they saw only on the map, there was vitality they thought had already disappeared. In the broad park, construction was underway to create space for solar panels, while in other places, disassembling monsters was taking place in real time, along with clearing debris from collapsed buildings, and clearing roads. The workers were either smoking for a short break, or laughing and talking with chocolate bars and ramen as their food. How can they laugh? Those who did the hard work in a miserable place were laughing and talking. It was a landscape not seen in Seoul. Seoul did similar work, but it was virtually forced labor. If they wanted rations, they had to work in front of guns. Only this place is like a different world. The biggest surprise was the appearance of those who noticed Kim's coming. It wasn't just words like respect, faith, or love. It was more than that. So, they couldn't find words to express what they were seeing. That was another point. The awakeners and soldiers who became superhuman to the survivors of Seoul were another source of fear, rather than the ones who protected them. It was shocking in many ways. It was so shocking that Kim Yuri and Kim Joo-hyuk followed Kim, but did not have the slightest intention to escape. Eventually, the two followed Kim into Bucheon City Hall without making any plans. Bang Hyun-wook was the first person to greet them. Big brother. Appearing welcoming with all his body, he flinched when he saw Kim Joo-hyuk and Kim Yuri, who were behind Kim. Who are these? Not only did Kim bring in people, but Kim Joo-hyuk and Kim Yuri felt similar to when Bang first had met Kim. The Watchmen. Kim explained the two briefly. Yes. If you feel they are doing an unreliable thing, kill them. Yes. Bang looked as if he didn't know what's going on. The same was true of Kim Joo-hyuk and Kim Yuri. They could not figure what kind of expression to make in Kim Tae-hoon's bottomless image, whether to ask a question or just keep quiet. Eventually, the two stood blankly like robots with a program error. In the meantime, a new person appeared. It was Kim Soo-ji, who saluted Kim Tae-hoon immediately after appearing. Is the major here? She immediately looked at the two behind Kim Tae-hoon and changed her eyes. Are they members of special forces? She was raised in a military family. A moment was enough for her to know what kind of class the two were. Soldier. Is the Mac Guild a force built on a military basis? The same was true of Kim Yuri and Kim Joo-hyuk. The two also changed their eyes the moment they saw Kim Soo-ji. They are Sergeant Kim Yuri and Kim Joo-hyuk. Keep an eye on them so they do escape from the city hall. Yes, sir. What about Jang Sung-hoon? He is on his way. Boss. Jang appeared as if he were trying to take his time. As soon as he approached, he looked at the two behind Kim. There are two new faces. Similar feelings, couples. Are you married? Kim Joo-hyuk and Kim Yuri shook their heads with puzzled looks on their faces. Oh, no. We do not have that kind of relationship. The man seems to be happy about something, and the woman looks so determined, I can draw a picture of it. They looked at each other at the repeated remarks by Jang. Kim Joo-hyuk gave out a cough and Kim Yuri made her face colder. Jang took advantage of the gap and looked over Kim Joo-hyuk. Kim Tae-hoon raised his eyebrows. It meant talking in the mayor's office. In other words, Kim Yuri and Kim Joo-hyuk needed to be separated for a while. Well, good to see you. I'll treat you as a guest. Hyun-wook, take them to the meeting room next to the mayor's office. Why don't you join them, Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji? Jang naturally prepared everything. 2. So, what happened? Jang, facing Kim across the desk, asked his questions with a serious expression. Kim explained all his experiences at Gimpo International Airport. The first thing Jang did when the story finished was to breathe out a long sigh. There is no president or prime minister. Is this it? Wait, who's going to take over without them? If the situation was normal, it would follow the order of Deputy Prime Minister for Economy, then the Deputy Prime Minister for Social Affairs. Does the Chairman of the National Assembly or the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court have no influence in this situation? The forces that have survived are the military, after all, but only the President and the Prime Minister have influence over them. It's a fight for justification. Are they really dead? Or are they hiding them? I can't be sure, but the former would be better if we had to choose a favorable situation. In the latter case, it means that there are those who are willing to use the decision-makers. Jang knocked on the desk with his fingers. To sum up the situation, Seoul has been taken by the Capital Defense Command. And one of the 6 snakes that the boss was talking about in your dream is building up his power in the Capital Defense Command. Kim nodded once. The best thing is to cut off the buds early, but it won't end with killing a guy named Oh Se-bum. Rather, it would be even worse if you killed Oh. No, even if you want to kill him, you can't go straight to Seoul. It's a problem. The problem is that whatever they do in this situation, there are a lot of constraints. Going to Seoul from Bucheon alone is too much to consider, and Seoul City, which was destroyed by monsters, is no longer a city in memory. It is a maze of hell. We cannot leave the 6 snakes alone until they grow bigger by taking the Capital Defense Command little by little. The biggest problem was that they treated this whole situation as if it were another country's. Fate was now fixed. Kim Tae-hoon lived only if he broke that fate. A zero-sum game is that a winner takes everything, after all. In this situation, Kim's answer was simple. Yes. Eventually, the same pie is shared, and the person who ate the most will eat everything. Jang was able to infer the answer that Kim gave. The relics and the monster stones. The more one eats, the more one wins, after all. You're going to take the relics of the Capital Defense Command, instead of taking care of the government work. The board was ready. From now on, the Mac Guild would be hunting monsters on behalf of the Capital Defense Command, which occupied Seoul as the government of the Republic of Korea. They would do the work that had to be done instead of the government. Of course, they would be paid for it. They would also kill monsters, and receive relics in exchange. That was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But will the Capital Defense Command pay you so easily? The Capital Defense Command should know that, and that's why they would not easily give out relics. They would do something about it. I'm not asking for them, I'm going to make them give them out. Is that possible? What if the other person has something I want and doesn't give it to me? Jang immediately answered the sudden question of Kim Tae-hoon. You'll ask if he wants to sell it. What if he doesn't want to sell it? If you really need it, take it away from him with threats. Jang looked at Kim in surprise. He understood Kim's intentions. What Kim wanted was not just a reward he had earned. He wanted a one-sided robbery. If they say they didn't want to give it, he'd bite it out. I want you to make a list of national treasures that the Capital Defense Command might have. Jang's eyes changed when he heard the command. The tension in his eyes faded and instead, expectations began to grow. The day finally comes when I might touch the national treasures. Yes, we should do something big. If we're going to steal something, rather than steal a petty thing, we should take the national treasures with force. No problem. Leave it to me. Kim did not smile at Jang, who answered so happily. A relic can be obtained. It was possible to obtain a relic. It was also possible to take it with force. But it was also true of their unknown enemy, who were expected to be the 6 snakes. They were also nibbling away at what the Capital Defense Command had even now. There was no competition between a man who eats the peel outside and a man who eats only the fruit inside. I have to put my man in there. Above all, the military was not an organization that simply worked by profit. They couldn't exist if they had their interests in mind in the first place. There was no organization more wasteful and unproductive than the military. The same went for soldiers. Frankly speaking, no one becomes a soldier simply for financial and material gain. If those soldiers chose what they want to leave their names in history. Because the history of mankind was the history of war, it is a golden opportunity to leave their name in the war as soldiers. Lieutenant Colonel Yoo Dae-hyun is an ambitious man. In the first place, the 35th Commandos would have to be close to those in power. If Kim Tae-hoon had been in power, Lieutenant Colonel Yoo would have visited him when things happened in Seoul. But now he was in a bad situation. Rather, his situation was the worst. First, he himself was not an awakener. It was a big penalty. Now, even within the military, an awakener has no choice but to take power. Not only did a single person's military might have more power than the military, but there was no need for a commander who became powerless when exposed to fear. Evidence of that was that he was out there now. A man in power never goes to the front. The confusion that occurs when a man in power dies eventually leads to defeat and causes great damage. He is an abandoned card. In other words, the Capital Defense Command at this moment did not care if Lieutenant Colonel Yoo died at any time. It meant that Lieutenant Colonel Yoo couldn't help it in this situation. Anyone could see it by looking at Oh Se-bum's treatment of Lieutenant Colonel Yoo. If Lieutenant Colonel Yoo had the right power, the arrogant Oh would not have smoked in his face. Even if it's not a good situation, running the actual fight means he is not going to kneel just like that. Nevertheless, the reason why he took risks and acted as an active-duty soldier was that his ambition was not turned off. That's the characteristic of ambition. Kim Tae-hoon closed his eyes and listened for the sounds that could not be heard normally, and they became clear. Naturally, he could hear the voices of Kim Soo-ji and the two talking in the meeting room near the mayor's office. Kim Tae-hoon opened his eyes. Is any one of the yellow-grade monsters near? Yes, there's one on the Incheon side. We will hunt it. What do you want the troops to do? I will do it alone, and I will take the 2 of them. Kim made a decision. I will use Lieutenant Colonel Yoo to dig into the Capital Defense Command. Kim Yuri and Kim Joo-hyuk were staring at the fish-shaped bun in front of their eyes with blank eyes. It was better food than anything else in the cold winter, but for them, the bun was like the food of another world. The fish-shaped bun, how did they make it? Do they have any materials? No, wait, nothing special is going into the fish-shaped bun. In fact, it is never a food that required special ingredients or great effort. All they needed is spare time, and they just needed to wait until the machine is hot and the dough in it bakes. It's nothing. It was spare time not found in Seoul. Now, in Seoul, distribution was being made to survivors, but the distribution was very unilateral and mechanical, meaning nothing more than just supplying energy to avoid dying. So, the moment they put the fish-shaped bun in their mouths, they could feel it with their heart, not their minds, when its damp and warm sweetness hit their tongues. Damn it! Which one is right, Seoul and Bucheon? The boss will be hunting soon. Jang spoke to Kim Joo-hyuk and Kim Yuri, who were skeptical about the organization. Then you two will be watching the boss's hunt. Observing? When the unexpected word appeared, the eyes of the two changed. He's just going to show us. What is his purpose? It was because they could not understand the reason why the word watching came out. You can report to your boss after you watch him hunt it, and of course you can't interfere with his hunting, or make a fuss. However, Jang's explanation led them to understand the situation. An opportunity. An observation was what they wanted. They saw Kim Tae-hoon win a light victory against Oh Se-bum, but it was only a test. They could see a few cards each had, but they could not know how he really fought with the cards. The test itself was too easy. It was Kim's one-sided victory. The information that could be obtained in such a battle was bound to be fragmentary. It was quite different fighting monsters and fighting against people. What Lieutenant Colonel Yu wanted to know now was Kim's ability against monsters. Now came a chance to see it. What do we do? It was a golden chance. I should see it, but... They were rather suspicious. What secret designs does he have? Maybe he has other intentions. If someone has a bundle of $50 bills in front of him or her, it is common to look around rather than pick them up. The situation of Kim Yuri and Kim Joo-hyuk was similar to that situation. Oh, this isn't a request for cooperation or anything. Jang Sung-hoon did not give them anything to worry about. You must attend, and if you refuse, you will be forced to watch under control, and if you refuse to speak, we will bind your limbs and carry you with diapers. As for me, I don't want to add a new experience of wearing adult diapers to my life page. 4. Get on board. Get on board. Depart. The black-clad and raincoat men left the place after loading the monsters' bodies into trucks with unceasing vigor. The bodies in the truck immediately went into butchering. They cut their chests open and collected the monster stones. The whole process was done quickly. Everything is done in real time. I think I'm looking at the parts of a clock. Kim Yuri and Kim Joo-hyuk's eyes, looking at this rapid work, were moving without hesitation. They had been through all sorts of hardships. Nevertheless, everything they saw was amazing. They are not awakeners, but they can work this fast. Everything was amazing from the start. Kim Tae-hoon said he would go hunting alone, and instead recruited a processing team to handle the monster carcasses. The recruitment was done in the form of receiving applicants, and everyone rushed to apply. They applied with a smile when they were recruiting applicants. Even the applicants were ordinary people, who pissed their pants at a monster's growl. It was a scene that Kim Yuri and Kim Joo-hyuk had never imagined. Their eyes could not stop. It was Kim Tae-hoon coming down from the sky that stopped their eyes. At the moment of seeing him, they came up to him, who had blocked a group of mini bears that appeared in the crowd a little while ago. A mini bear was a red grade, with an appearance similar to that of a bear, but the size of its body was small enough to be a wolf. But the power and the ferocity was greater than a bear. They were in groups, and sometimes they rushed at the orange-grade monsters. Therefore, it was crazy to see that he blocked the 20 mini bears. Even the drivers inside tanks become pale when they saw the mini bears running, so what did they need to explain? However, in front of the rush, Kim Tae-hoon did not panic but turned 20 mini bears into dead bodies with a single quick glance. Only after a featherless arrow returned to the leather pocket of Kim's waist after all the killing finished, and did they see that it was a weapon used by Kim. Monster. The bodies of the two began to tremble, reminding themselves of the power of a secretive arrow, with more powerful penetration than guns, and results any modern weapon could not ever produce. If he had fought with the relic in his hand, Oh Se-bum would not have been able to make any attempt. At the same time, they also learned that Kim's ability to hunt monsters was at a level incomparably beyond Major O. O was definitely strong. With his B+ ranks energy, he had beaten the orange-grade monster with his bare fists at the beginning, and after being armed with the relics secured by the National Museum of Korea and the Capital Defense Command, he was able to deal with the yellow-grade monsters alone. Furthermore, when the Capital Defense Command hunted a white high-footed spider of green grade, a giant spider with 10 legs, he had jumped out of a combat helicopter and thrown the finishing blow to its huge body. Therefore, O was hope. He showed that humans could fight hard and stand against a terrifying monster. He is in another dimension. But Kim was different from that. Fighting hard, resisting, it was not such a fierce battle that he showed. It was a one-sided hunt. Therefore, they tried to deny their feelings at this moment. We can kill a red-grade monster with a gun. A mini bear is fierce and strong, but a platoon armed with firearms is enough to deal with them. If they admitted the existence of Kim here, the miserable days they had been through would be useless. So the two tried to undermine the presence imprinted on their brains. Be careful of the fear. Kim gave the two short notice. Yes. What do you mean? They made a retort at short notice, but Kim did not answer. Caw. Instead, a huge bear, as opposed to a mini bear, roared fiercely. It was the appearance of a chameleon bear, whose skin color changed according to the color around it. Yellow-grayed. Oh, my God. Their body froze under the fear that the monster was hurling. On the contrary, Kim did not move himself. Tsrong. What moved was the sword of the Imperator that Kim carried on his back. March 18th. The weather was beginning to warm up a little, but the desolation of Gimpo International Airport remained, and the damage that had been hidden was more apparent when the snow melted down. A group of people were in this desolate place. They were like wolves, tense, wary, and alertness. Only one man in the center of the group was in a completely different mood from the wolves. His plump cheeks, framing a nose that looked to have been smashed flat, did not belong to a wolf. Is today the date of the appointment? Why isn't he here? The man's name was Lee Dong-suk. He was not a soldier or an awakener, he was an expert at the National Museum of Korea who was brought to negotiate with Kim Tae-hoon today. He's coming. And so Kim Tae-hoon was. There was Jang Sung-hoon, who was brought to negotiate along with Kim, who had appeared at the end of the runway. Lieutenant Colonel Yu confirmed the existence of the two, and began to twist his mouth. It was not because he hated Kim. He knows where the sniper is. The problem was that the direction Kim was coming from was the direction of a sniper in place. It was a signal, I know the location of the sniper, so do not do anything wrong. He's more of a monster. It was, frankly, hard to understand. Even if Kim was the world's best specialist in that area, it was not common sense to immediately grasp the position of a sniper who was deployed a day ago. Of course, it was clear proof. It was clear evidence that in this age a common sense did not work anymore. Lieutenant Colonel Yu gave a signal to his men. The men who received the signal immediately began to wave the white flag. If it had been before, he would have simply sent a message through a walkie-talkie, but now it was impossible. Soon Kim and Lieutenant Colonel Yu faced each other again. What result? We've decided to accept your offer. There was no greeting. Both of them were not the kind of people who wasted words like greetings. We'll give you a mission, and if you do it, we'll pay for it. The pay is a relic. This is our wish list. I'll only get what's on the wish list. At the same time, they said only what they had to say. The two of them looked at each other. Of the two who had no facial expressions, it was Lieutenant Colonel Yu's brow that wrinkled first. He frowned and motioned to Lee Dong-suk. Lee went over to Kim, fixing the round glasses that he was wearing. I want to know what you want first. Oh, this one. Jang, who was behind Kim, came out immediately. He immediately pulled out a box. It wasn't a box that looked like a paper box, but it looked like a souvenir box that small walnut-flavored cakes were put in. In addition, on the cover of the box, a mysterious animal with an elephant-like nose was painted with a brush. Lee put his head a little to one side. It's a gift. The Mac Guild decided to produce a small walnut-flavored cake. The animal here is Mac. It is our guild mascot. Of course, it is not just a small walnut-flavored cake. We put in some of the monster ingredients. It's a delicious restorative. I bet you, if we start mass production, it would be a worldwide hit. At the following explanation of Jang, Lee still had his incomprehensible expression, and the frown in the middle of Lieutenant Colonel Yu's forehead now matched his mouth. A small walnut-flavored cake. He had received a small walnut-flavored cake as a gift several times. But at this age, he got a small walnut-flavored cake as a gift. Even a small walnut-flavored cake made with some of the monster ingredients which made healing possible. It was unimaginable. He couldn't afford to imagine it. I'll have to hear from them, what the hell is going on in Buchin City. Therefore, the small walnut-flavored cake that Jang put out was like a punch more intense than anything else. It was a punch that drove them out of their mind. But a really strong punch flew right behind it. This is our wish list. Jang handed Lee a folded, crumpled bunch of paper. Inside were 3 sheets of A4 paper, the letters filled out with ballpoint pens. Lee began to read the letters and immediately shouted in awe, "These are all national treasures, aren't they?" "No. What are you talking about?" "Golden crown. Golden belt. Horse figure type earthenware. The stone statue of Miruk Buddha. Bell of King Songdik. They are all national treasures. Danwon Pungsokdo cheap is a treasure. Well, it's dash. For reference, the King Muriang set is all the items from the tomb of King Muriang. I'm referring to all the things that came out of the King Muriang, and the foot stand of King Muriang, as well as the pillow of the Queen of King Muriang. Crazy. Lee made a rough sound at this ridiculous wish list. His tone was rough. Just ask for the entire National Museum. Is that possible? What are you talking about? All of the items are on display at the National Museum of Korea. Hunminjeongeum, gilt bronze triad Buddha statue of Jayamimyeong, and Celadon inlaid cloud crane vase are in the Gonsong Museum of Art. When did they go to the National Museum of Korea? Oh, my God, I could not put it in. I forgot Jumgang Nisen in Gyeonggi. Can I have the wish list for a minute? I'll write a few more. Lee turned his head to look at Lieutenant Colonel Yu as if he did not want to deal with Jang anymore. Then he mouthed silently, "These bastards are nuts." Lieutenant Colonel Yu no longer frowned at the words. He glared at Kim with a dull expression. "You're the one who offered to negotiate, but from our perspective of the situation, you're not going to agree to the deal." A national treasure was not just a national treasure. It was a treasure that the nation of Korea had set to protect its identity and history. Among the things on the list, those that were not national treasures were also comparable to national treasures. The relics with options had amazing powers, and even if they were relics without options, they were things that could not be given to anyone as long as the Republic of Korea existed. They were things that could not be traded. In other words, Kim had no will to negotiate since he asked for something that they could not give. I think it's meaningful to get at least a national treasure as a reward, because it is a job that not a man, but thousands, or tens of thousands of people should do, risking their lives, in a world that is full of monsters. However, Kim was serious. That's ridiculous. If that sounds ridiculous, I'll negotiate with someone else. With his serious expression, he attacked Lieutenant Colonel Yu with a fatal blow. Lieutenant Colonel Yu's expression was cold. He stared at Kim as if he were a beast who had stabbed his heart. Kim did not avoid his eyes. Rather, he said with a more intense gaze, "All we're getting is on the list, and all you do is get the job that's right for us." Major Kim Tae-hoon has changed a lot. Kim did not answer, because what he wanted to hear was not that kind of talk. Lieutenant Colonel Yu did not keep talking at once. He thought for a moment, then slowly spoke. "There is an important figure in Incheon City, and if you rescue the figure, we can pay a national treasure. I will definitely receive one of the national treasures as a reward, and I will take it somehow after I have completed my duties." The negotiations began. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to keep you updated for future uploads.